Fuck. Oh my. Okay. Oh. Fuck, bitch. With master. Fucking working here. What's up, dude? Uh-oh. Can I just walk off? What do I do? Why am I stuck?
Wow.
Okay. What? I just poked myself in the eye. I was trying to scratch my eyebrow. Oh my god. Streamer fails. Holy shit.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Fucked up. I know a lot of dudes that actually play DI. Actually, one of my regulars is a DI Immortal player, and he's a really good dude. And he's no, his name is not John Cena. Get out of me. Honestly, that's fucking wild. It's just a lot of fucking crit, okay? It's my typical cock. It's my typical cock, you know. I love the cock builds. Fuck! Ah! We won't need heals. What was that? He's dead! What was that? Let's celebrate and suck some dick. You know what I mean? Do you know how much money me and my wife would save if we had a Red Bull sponsorship? We spend so much money on Red Bulls. I guess that's just the life with 3 kids. What the fuck? Okay, the stream is crashing. The stream is crashing, boys. Oh, God. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Hang on, I had to portal out. All right, so. Storm was his original get. That fucking video. I just think the Pal Ball, bro. Yeah, I think the Pal Ball. Let's see what we got here. So we got Dunn. Thank you for the 13 fucking months, Dunson. My Denmark brother. Hey, Dunn, I know you've been in and out for a little bit, but did you know that me and my family are considering moving to Denmark? We're going to come hang out. You better have that farm ready for me, bro. We're coming over. Got lots of kids to run around. Let's say hello to everybody first. Blue, Dunn, Etrum, Nasty, Guest, Jake, Robo, Shiny. Thank you all for being here at the start. I appreciate you boys very much. How is everybody doing? How is everybody doing?
Apes together strong.
Apes together strong. What made you want to do that? We've just been looking to potentially leave the U.S. For various reasons. Mostly because
I only have 12 bullets,
oh,
so you're gonna have to share.
Eachum just subscribed. Eachum Nasty just gifted a tier 1 to Eachum. Eachum, longtime buddy. I think first time subscriber. Thank you for that, Nasty. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Nope, second time subscriber. Nasty said, "Fuck them ads, bro. Fuck them ads." I think they're gonna be happening in a second too. Thank you, brother. I really do appreciate that. I know Eatrim does as well. Thank you so much, my friend. Ads, what's that? Oh, Mr. Turbo over there. Yes, I appreciate you for having Turbo. I do also get a cut out of Turbo, boys. It's not quite as much as a sub, but it is better than nothing, and it allows you to enjoy multiple streams and dodge the fuck out of the ads. You know what I mean? That's crazy. I mean, it's peaceful in Denmark besides taxes. No. That's fine. It's all the finances and stuff. Are already things that I've already dug into. It turns out. So, I'm just giving you guys an example. It turns out that for what my home costs right now here in Texas, I could get something of similar status in either Denmark, Netherlands, Sweden, or Norway. Those are the 4 places that we're looking at. And I'd be able to get something comparable as far as like size, right? But I'd have a much better yard and or a significantly better view of typically like something like the ocean. And in America, not only does that typically come with some fairly interesting crime rates when you start to live near those really popular areas, like the ocean and the beach, it actually drives the price up astronomically. There is a 1-bedroom condominium that we can buy near the ocean here in Texas, and it's about $200,000 to $300,000 US. 1 bedroom. It's about the size of my living room. So, yeah. You found a way to break ads on Trit. Well, I think because you're in Sweden, right, Eacham? I don't know how many ads. I don't know how many ads you guys actually get in Sweden. Got to get in that Duolingo now. Yeah. We've also considered places like Australia and New Zealand as well, but for the most part, we're still leaning more towards the European nations. But we've been thinking about that for a while. You just report all the ads in Sweden for a specific reason and never show up again. Really? Fine. Yeah, hashtag easy. And that's true. Yeah. I mean, you guys are educated in the English language at the age of like 7, right? And sometimes even earlier than that, right? And honestly, what attracts me the most to these, especially to Denmark and the Netherlands, is the educational standards for kids is like astronomically different. We're talking polar fucking opposites. You know, I have 10-year-olds that can't add. Fuck, dude. When I was teaching high school, I had high school kids that couldn't do like the most common basic math or know the most common spelling. Meanwhile, you go to some European countries, and that's not a problem. It's not a problem. Can you join my compound? I don't see why not. Yeah, and it's free up to a bachelor's degree, I think, right, Dunn? It's free up to a bachelor's degree, I think. It's crazy. It's crazy. You don't know you dropped out? That's all right, brother. That's all right. I don't see why you couldn't join my compound. Let me test this right here though. Hang on. Testing from all sources again. I just want to make sure that all three text boxes come up. We should have Twitter, YouTube, and a Twitch pop up, and we do. Good. Yeah, Danes have pretty good regarding education. Yeah. Oh, I'd say so. It's so crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna go over those. It's so crazy how the standard between Western civilizations education. Now, I get it. You know, somebody has to be first, like Singapore and Hong Kong, right? China, right? Somebody has to be first and somebody has to be last. I get it. But there is no reason for America to be below the average threshold in many of these marks on science and math and language. Like, it's crazy to me. Go, you can learn more of your heritage. That's right, honey. We will learn all about your heritage. None about my heritage. Congratulations on the UK's new government. I hope it's at least moderately more successful than the last one. Setting up a really short fucking bar there. We're gonna change our category to last epoch because we are going to be in the last epoch category for a little while here. All right. Let's you and DMS are real Vikings. Yeah, she looks like a Viking girl, actually. I'm not gonna lie. She got the hair for it. Especially when she has it in braids. All right. So to prepare for the servers for Harbingers of Ruin on July 9th, they will be shutting down servers 24 hours before the patch. Okay. Yeah, it's 1.1. It starts on the 9th. So as of July 8th at 11 a.m., they will go down. And as of July 9th, 11 a.m., they will come back up. That is Central Standard Time. That is my time. For your time, do the conversion. Just click it. All right. So the Harbingers of Ruin cycle begins July 9th at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. 1.0 represented our first new cycle of play, and 1.1 is a brand new one. Volume check for anybody out there. Can anybody give me a volume check? Make sure I'm louder than the music, or if the music needs to be turned down, please let me know. Robo, what's up? I see you. Do those countries have any resources to help people that want to immigrate that don't already know anyone in the country? Yes. Yes. Thank you for that, Nasty. Yes. Is that better? Check, check. Wait, what music? Yeah, good catch. What music? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What music? We don't play music here. All right. So all cycle 1.0 cycle characters will move to the legacy. Okay. Obviously, they made that clear. Those character stashes are now also moved to legacy and shared amongst similar game modes as usual. So anything that you collected in the 1.0 cycle will now be accessible to your original legacy characters. Shared stash data includes items, residences, gold, crafting materials, and faction progress. Each stash from the previous cycle is now available as a remove-only stash in the appropriately legacy stash. You may remove any of the items on any legacy character with the same optional challenge settings and use them as normal. But it's a remove-only, which means you can't put anything in the stash tab. So what this means is since you can have so many stash tabs, you're allowed to be over these maximum amount of stash tabs, but you're only going to be able to remove from them. So you don't have to touch them if you don't want, but you can only remove from them. You cannot add anything to them. So you're not actually going to be able to use that stash tab to and from, only to take from. Solo character found characters who abandon the challenge will get their SCF stash as a remove only stash. So the evade mechanic, we've all heard about it. We all kind of was wondering what the fuck's it about. Okay, it is not an iframe, not an immunity frame. So during your roll, your dodge roll or your dodge move or whatever the fuck your animation is, you are not immune. Okay. It is not a traversal skill, but it works to travel you from point A to point B very quickly. But it's not a traversal skill, so it doesn't put anything on cooldown. It doesn't empower any traversal based skills. It is available from level 1 and cannot be unequipped or swapped for other players' skills. While evading, players can still take damage. No immunity frames, aka iframes. It comes with 2 chargers by default and a short cooldown. Evade gains cooldown recovery speed per character level. So level 1, it'll be a certain speed, and at level 100, it'll be faster. Can be modified by abilities, affixes, and blessings. Can be modified drastically by uniques. Added evade animations for all classes and transformations. Harbingers of Ruin. Pinnacle Boss. 1.6 out of 100. Yes, exactly what Brutal said. Access to Pinnacle Boss is initially disabled. Only online cycle characters will have access to the Pinnacle Boss upon release. Now, this is important. It will become available to all modes, offline and legacy, the next business day after someone defeats the Pinnacle Boss in the online-only cycle, or after a week, whichever one comes first. I will likely say anybody that is in offline or legacy will be able to do it on the 10th. Somebody's going to beat it on the first day, just so you guys know. What is the Pinnacle Boss? He is the top dick. He's supposedly putting Jura T4 in the gutter. You must slay all 10 Harbingers to gain the ability to challenge the Pinnacle Boss. After completing the Harbinger questline, you may spend 1 eye to challenge the Pinnacle Boss. Okay. You get 1 eye every time you beat the Harbinger for the first time. After that, it's RNG. So you have guaranteed 10 eyes to start with. After that, it's RNG and you got to go back to the grind. Each of the 10 Monolith boss timelines have associated Harbingers spawned on defeat of the timeline boss. Harbingers absorb the abilities from the timeline boss that spawns them. I will tell you, it's an extended fight. As soon as the timeline boss dies, this guy fucking pops up. So fucking buckle your nuts down. You will have an extended fight. There is no breathing fucking room. The first Harbinger is unlocked after you kill the timeline boss in the final level 90 normal Monolith timeline. Normal. Okay. So on the final 3 timelines that you normally do, right? You got fucking the Spirits of Fire. You got Herat, and you got what's his fucking name? The fucking dickhead that does the 3 beams and shit. I forgot his name. Right? Those will start Harbinger bosses. After that, all of them in Empowered will have them. Harbinger fights can be toggled on or off from the boss Echo rewards panel. This has to be before you start. Subsequent Harbingers are encountered by killing bosses in Empowered Monolith timelines at increasingly higher corruption levels. Once a Harbinger has been defeated, it will continue to spawn in that same Empowered timeline, if it's toggled on. If you don't want to do it anymore, you don't have to. Defeated Harbingers drop Harbinger Eyes. These items act as keys to access the Pinnacle Boss. Harbingers are guaranteed to drop an eye on the first kill with a chance to drop after that. Killing your first Harbinger now also unlocks Empowered Timelines. Wait, what? That's right. You can do Empowered Timelines as soon as you kill your first level 90 normal Monolith Harbinger. You love to hear it, boys. You love to hear it. Because of this, alt characters can now get to empowered timelines unlocked a bit earlier after conquering the first level 90 timeline instead of the third. So, for example, the first character conquers the 3 required 90 timelines to unlock empowered monoliths that can now go conquer empowered timelines for Harbinger. The alt character conquers 1 level 90 monolith or level 90 normal timeline. Empowered monoliths can unlock. Now go conquered empowered timelines for Harbinger. So basically, you only got to do it once, and you're skipping a lot of content. I will tell you, the grinding for the 2 other 90s is obnoxious. GG, easy. And with the new glyphs where you can skip a whole bunch of stability once your alts just basically your alts are legit. The Forgotten Knights faction. I know some of you guys have been wondering what the fuck this is about. Well, guess what? There's a 3rd faction now. The Forgotten Knights faction tracks your Harbinger progress. There's also a Harbinger quest line. This faction is separate from the existing item factions, so you should be able to do both. You should be able to do an item faction and the Knights faction. The Forgotten Knight is an endgame faction unlocked after you kill your first Harbinger. Like all other factions, Forgotten Knights progress is shared amongst characters, sharing stash. Faction progress is only advanced by the requirements of killing new Harbingers in the new timelines at the set level of corruption. Ranks in the Forgotten Knights faction are unlocked with each additional Harbinger kill. And the rank 1, 40% chance for Nemesis items to include an Egg of the Forgotten. You know, that item that can give you LP on something that doesn't have LP. Hello, Wings of Argentis with LP. Easy. Easy. Red Ring with LP. Easy. 10% chance for doubled stability gain. Double Harbinger Needle drop chance. Ooh. Plus 6 maximum forging potential gained by empowering a Nemesis. Easy. Oh, bro. This whole fucking time? God damn it. Thank you, Dunn. I appreciate you, brother. You guys are just happy with you just reading shit. All right, so there was nothing crazy. You guys didn't miss anything massive. Okay. Level 5 is 20. Let me zoom in, actually. Level 5, 20% additional glyph of enemy drop chance from Harbingers. This is good. This is good. The glyph of envy basically allows you to skip a whole bunch of stability for alt characters or regular characters, non-alt. Tier 6, the tiers of sealed affixes added by empowering a Nemesis are 15% higher on average. Plus 1 corruption gain per gaze of Orbis. That's a big deal. Blessings roll their value twice and pick the highest roll. So they're lucky. So your blessing chances are lucky. That's good. What's up, RB? Maybe some multi-shot rogue. Double chance for Harbingers to drop their specific uniques. That's right. Harbinger specific uniques. Slaying a Harbinger grants 1 additional gaze of Orbis. And the Shattered Road zone is added. It's the home of the Forgotten Knights faction. This is a new zone that you get to see now. Party play. That's right. Players must have unlocked the level 90 timeline in order to be able to join the Forgotten Knights faction. This means that if a player must be able to start an echo by themselves in one of the level 90 timelines. As a guest, defeated Harbingers will only progress for the Forgotten Knights faction and drop guaranteed eyes as long as the difficulty and timeline requirements are met. These can be viewed in the factions panel. Right? Nemesis, obviously, right? You're going to see you can replace the egg with something that didn't have LP, and then it can be empowered and be granted LP. GG. They first appear as a floating pile of armor around the body of a powerful warrior that has been slain by a Harbinger. What's in the egg? Whatever you put in it. So you basically replace the egg with an item. And it could be any item. Check that, not any item. It could be any non-legendary or non-LP unique. No. You don't get 4 eggs. You get 1 egg, and you could put a non-LP unique in there, and it gets empowered. No, you don't get stats from the eggs. Clicking on the Nemesis brings up a menu where you can see 4 items from the Slain Warrior. These items are always rare, exalted, or unique, with bonus chances of being by the latter 2. They can't be idols. Rip. For characters above level 50, at least 1 item will always be unique. Easy unique grinds. I think these are world uniques, by the way, not boss-specific uniques. Nemesis type and stats are determined by the zone spawned in. Okay, so if you're in a zone that has constant poison, be prepared for a poison nemesis. AIDS. You have 3 options in that menu. Banishing the nemesis, which you lose access to the to the items, but he also just goes the fuck away, and you don't have to worry about those rolls. Challenging it causes you to fight it and gain the items at the end of the fight. Empowering it causes you to fight it, but allowing it to escape through the time rift at the end of the fight. However, empowering the nemesis, your next nemesis will feature a time rift instead of the warrior's body, and the items offered will be the same ones as before, but upgraded. Rare and exalted items. Infinite power thing? No, it's not infinite. You can only empower twice, so you can a total of three times. Now, this is where it gets really fucking spicy, boys. They can also gain sealed affixes up to T7. That's right, Nemesis can drop you T7 affixes. Sealed. Wow. T7 sealed affixes. Exalted sealed affixes were previously unattainable, besides from the experimental affixes when using Arena of Research. Unique items have a chance of gaining legendary potential or becoming a legendary item with random affixes already added to them. Unique items, you can empower a nemesis up to 2 times before you must challenge it. After banishing or challenging a nemesis, your next encounter will have a fresh set of items. So you don't see something new until you either banish that bitch or you challenge and kill it. These items, you have to kill it. These items will not change once they've been empowered once. They just keep getting upgraded. Whenever you defeat a nemesis, regardless of whether you challenged or empowered, it will also drop a pile of crafting mats. It will not drop regular loot to avoid confusion with the 4 items offered. At high levels, Nemesis may carry special items as one of their rewards, which is the Egg of the Forgotten. This item can be replaced with one of your uniques that lacks legendary potential or Weaver's Will, allowing you to upgrade that unique by empowering the Nemesis. Bro, again, Red Ring, Wings of Argentis. Wings of Argentis with LP is going to be just whatever. You're going to see it all the time now. The chance of this item appearing scales from 0 when it's below level 60 to then 20 at level 60 up to 60% at level 100. So the higher you are, the higher chance you'll see an egg. 60% is a pretty good chance. Rank 1 of the new Forgotten Knight faction provides a plus 40% chance for the Egg of Forgotten to spawn. Plus 40 to 60. I understood it instantly. If you not replace the egg, it will randomly transform into a different unique. Party play. Players can individually interact with the nemesis. The nemesis remains after defeat, allowing each player to interact with it one at a time. Each player maintains their own current nemesis and power progression, but will still fight each nemesis as a group. So what this means is me and Dunson are playing together, and he's got his nemesis. He loads it. He does whatever he wants to do with it, and then we both kill it. And then I got my nemesis, and he loads it, or I load it, and then we kill it together. But we each have our own different nemesis. So once you kill it once, don't just fucking shake. Okay, you got a buddy that needs help too. Does that mean that unique that can get empowered can gain additional stats? Like Argentus can get new stats added? Like a Wings of Argentus can have LP added to it. Yeah. Yes. Wings of Argentus can get LP like given to it. It can either be given LP flat, or it can be put on. It can automatically put stats on it. So yes, so that. I only played with Ghazi, Duke, King Kongor, and Aaron. Those are the only people I played with. Either my teammates or other streamers. By the way, me, Ghazi, and King will also be doing a league start again. Me, Ghazi, and King will be doing a league start again. Nemesis can also drop vengeful weapons that seek out the destruction of harbingers that killed them. Killing a harbinger while having one of these weapons equipped upgrades it to an avenged version with improved stats. There are Nemesis weapons for every weapon and offhand type. I'm going to tell you, this is exciting. Obviously, boss defense mechanics. So this was in order to not fuck. This is to normalizing damage. They did away with the variable damage reduction, which changed the more damage you did. And it also kind of fucked you if you were a life leech build, because life leech got worse as the fight progressed. You took less. You leech less life because you were doing less damage. This is the pinnacle boss. The bosses no longer have variable amount of damage reduction based on how quickly they have been taking damage. Instead, bosses have a number of ward breakpoints. When their health is reduced to a breakpoint, which you see here, these breakpoints, right? They gain ward based on their maximum health. Any extra damage beyond the breakpoint passes through to the ward that they gained. Their ward decays over time, but with a different formula to player ward. Instead of decay scaling with the amount of ward, it now scales with how much time has passed since the boss has gained it. So the longer time had gone by, the faster the ward will decay. More significant bosses such as chapter bosses, timeline bosses, and dungeon bosses have more breakpoints. Most other bosses have 2 breakpoints. Bosses have 50% more effective health against stun and freeze. This is because they had to kind of balance the fight a little bit. So it's significantly harder to stun lock and freeze. Obviously, bosses that are still freeze immune or something like that. Added modifiers for effective boss health gain against stun and freeze, and change freeze chance to take ward into account. Ward decay. Now, again, we went over this yesterday, but current ward squared. Okay, so your current ward squared. So the more wards you have, again, we'll take 10,000 ward. Okay, and we square 10,000 ward. That's 100 million. Okay, this causes your ward to fucking. You can still gain a lot of ward, but it will only protect you for fractions of seconds if you don't have enough of the multipliers for ward retention. Okay, so this is, yeah, you basically multiply it to itself. So whatever your current number is, multiply it by itself. That's what squaring means. Glyph of Envy. This is that new glyph that I was talking about that allows you to basically skip a lot. You can skip a lot of stability. And do not ever use this on something that you want. You can use it on something that you don't want, maybe get something good, but do not ever use this on something that you want. It is going to fucking unpredictably change all properties other than the affix being upgraded. Okay? This stability is siphoned to the most recent monolith timeline you entered. The glyph cannot be used by characters that have never started an echo. So you can't accidentally use it for no reason. All right, experience changes. This is mechanical changes. Experience requirements for XP tome changes. Increased XP requirements of level 98, 99, and 100 by about 20, 40, and 60%. It is going to take you longer to hit 100. The XP from the XP tomes now scales up less drastically above level 60. This effect is most noticeable above level 85. XP tome rewards from echoes further from the center of the web now contain more XP tomes to a maximum of 7 tomes. From all XP tome rewards granting 7 tomes. So that means when you get further away from the center and you pop the thing in the middle, right? When you pop the thing in the middle, you can have up to 7 of these tomes. Reduced XP tome echo reward occurrence by a rate of 29 to 42%. Larger values for lower corruption and lower distance from the center of the echo web. Minimum skill level changes. Okay. This is the character level thresholds for minimum skill levels. 2 at level 8. It was down from 10. This is basically everything's just kind of been reduced by 3, 4, 5. Right? 3 at 12. 4 at 17, 5 at 24, 6 at 32, right? And so basically, they're making it a little bit easier to get skills, but harder to get level 100. Reduced experience scaling from corruption at high corruption values. Effective corruption for calculating experience bonus increases at 25% speed after 300 corruption, i.e., every 100 corruption above 300 is now like 25 corruption above 300 before. Okay, so significantly less reason to want to go significantly above 300. Effective corruption for calculating experience bonus increases at 5% speed after 1,000 corruption, i.e., 100 corruption above 1,000 is now like 5 corruption. So again, if you hit 1,000 corruption, it is even less efficient. Like, very inefficient. This is primarily intended to avoid reaching very high corruption, feeling necessary for effectively farming favor. Okay. So basically, they make it a waste of fucking time if you're trying to farm favor. They're making it a massive waste of fucking time to go above 1,000. They're even kind of making it a massive waste of time to go above 300. Change the town's scene characters load into. Now characters will not always load into the end of time after reaching it, but instead will load to the last visited scene. Reduced item sell cost, respectively, early on, especially early on. Added option to only display enemy health bars once they're damaged. So you won't see an enemy health bar unless you've damaged them if you choose this option. Improved ability responsiveness in online. Added the ability to equip a two-handed weapon while dual wielding and place those items in your inventory. So this was an exploit that was being used. People were using a two-handed and then they were using a shield and some fucking fuckery, right? So basically, if you equipped a two-handed weapon while dual wielding, it would automatically now place those items in your inventory. It's an automatic thing now. Added a waypoint to the Sanctum of the Architect, so that if you die, quit, or disconnect during Liath or your Logon fights, you don't have to rerun the whole temple. Thank God. Thank God someone was paying attention. Loot filter improvements. You can now add multiple affix conditions under the same rule, as opposed to having, you want to do like one specific fucking rule. You don't have to have like 19 fucking rules. You can just add multiple rules under the same one, or multiple affixes under the same rule. You can now filter for unique items with specific legendary potential or Weaver's Will values. Good song for this. All rules are now numbered top to bottom. The lower the number, the higher the rule's priority. This was altered from intuitively going the other direction for some fucking reason. So now it's top to bottom. The lower the number, the higher the priorities rules. So think like golf. Lower is better. You can now toggle a checkbox to highlight which rule in your loot filter caused an item to show up on the ground. So instead of dropping shit left and right, and you're like, okay, let me add this, let me change it, just check the bug box. Added an information to show if an affix cannot drop based on other conditions other than that rule. This prevented you from accidentally putting on some kind of condition or affix that cannot be possible. For example, adding move speed to helmets on accident, and you never see a helmet, and you wouldn't know why you're not seeing a helmet, and now you'll know that you can't. You cannot just not drop a helmet. You'll know that you can't put move speed on the helmet. It's a major content update. It's a quality of life and major content update. I would say bigger than the release content, yes. Bigger than 1.0. Added an option in gameplay settings which allows you to toggle your current loot filter by clicking the button instead of holding it. So instead of hitting Z, right, you had to hold Z, you could toggle on and off. So thank God, Carve from Path of Exile, one of the devs that worked with Ellie, he probably said, bro, why can't we just have it toggled? Why do we have to hold it? Change the default controller inputs to include evade. This is for controls. Minion attack is now right stick to... Okay, this is for Xbox controller and PlayStation controllers, right? UI, the escape menu should now always be usable on loading screens and on character select. So you didn't have to jump into the in-game to actually see your options menu and shit. Deleting characters now requires the user to type in their character name before they allowed to click the delete button. For some reason, people were actually deleting characters on accident. They were clicking delete character and yes, confirm. For some reason. I don't fucking know. Updated the dungeon error messages to be explicit that you cannot rejoin the run if you have left or died while in that run. People were somehow confused about why they couldn't come back into the dungeon. Updated it and added new pages to the game guide. Yes, they did. Separated factions to item factions and endgame factions. There's endgame factions and Forgotten Knight factions. Combat mechanics, damage taken from mana before health, evade, health and health regeneration, mana and mana regeneration, boss ward, monolith to face, which is the gaze of Orbis and harbingers, exiled mages, nemesis, world map, experience, world map. These are the new pages that they've added. Did you really? That's fucking terrible. Character stats menu improvements, added additional stats for each category, added vertical scroll bars to stats categories, which means they added stats because you have to scroll now to see it. Yes, I'm going to go over everything. Done. We're going over everything. Added ability to navigate on stats using controller. Localization, they added the Japanese local language, transition unlocalized strings, fixed string overlap issues, updated number of translations from common terms to be more accurate based off of player feedback. This is because they were trying to... What's up, Tap? This is because they were using, like, literal translations of some words in some languages, and it didn't fucking make sense. And a lot of the guys that are in CT are multilingual, and they're like, yeah, that's not what that fucking means, bro. Did he really? Lol. I'm gonna talk shit. I wonder if we can get Darth on our league start. I wonder if we get me, Gazzy, King, and Darth. That'd be fun. I wonder... See, but Darth... He's in that Alaska time, bro. He's in that fucking Alaska time, bro. Yeah, he deleted... I think I remember that now. I think he deleted the wrong character. We will be working to continue to improve localization quality for more aspects of the game in future patches. Other MTX pets now match the player's speed. That's right. So you don't have to worry about your little homie being 9 miles away from you. Potion drop changes adjusts the shape and size of the area in which potion is considered to be close to a potential drop location and reduces the chance of another potion dropping there. It's now a 16 radius circle rather than a 30 by 30 square. The total area is similar to 804 compared to the original 900. Reduce the chance of a potion dropping if it's considered close enough to an existing ground potions to bring you to full potions. This is now 15% from 20. Added a chance for a potion not to drop if it's considered close to just one existing ground potion. This prevented you from like picking up 19 potions at the same time. Well, they wouldn't be picked up at the same time. These wouldn't be picked up at all. Monolith of Fate. The Forged Soldier Monolith Ambush now includes only one Forged Soldier. It originally was 2. And additionally has 1 to 2 Armored Phoenixes. So now you get to fight just one Forged Soldier and have either 1 or 2 Armored Phoenixes. Increased Gold Echo reward occurrences rate by 2 to 8%. Larger values for lower corruption. Hi, baby. You're a donut? You're a weirdo. Increased Gold Echo reward occurrences. Larger values for lower corruption. Baby, daddy's working. And lower distance from the center of the echo web. Increased shared echo reward occurrence by 7 to 20%. Larger values for lower corruption and lower distance from the center of the web. Increased rune echo reward occurrence by 10%. Increased glyph echo reward by 17%. And increased timeline-specific echo rewards, such as unique set or reward, by 6%. That's good. They were okay. Me and Gazzy actually had a long talk about that. And Darth, actually. Me, Gazzy, and Darth kind of had a long talk about unlimited scaling of echoes. Gold drop changes reduce gold scaling from corruption above 500. So again, if you're going to farm gold, going over 500 corruption is not really a good idea. They're making it really, 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 really inefficient to do so. What was the conclusion? The conclusion was we feel there should only be one unlimited scaling area in the game, and that would be the arena. We feel like they should have, and again, this is because of Path of Exile. We're kind of Path of Exile junkies. We feel that I don't want to speak for Gazzy, but I'll kind of make it in generalized. Me and him both kind of feel that monoliths, which is your typical mapping, right, should have an end. There should be, a final red tier map per se, right? And then from there, you can scale content more accurately, okay? So okay, I'm at juiced, red tier echoes, right? I'm at juiced red tier echoes. I know this is the hardest possible content I'm going to see. I know I've beaten the game, and now I can start another character because I know I've beaten the game. And if I didn't want to stop there, I can go delve, aka I can go do the arena, right? And I can go to the arena and I can go unlimited if I want to, right? But this allows you to have a completion. You can actually, quote unquote, beat the game, right? You can beat the game, but you can also go unlimited in the arena if you wanted to, and scale rewards there as well. But we also felt like we needed to add the ability, like in PoE, where you can juice your maps, right? You can juice maps, right? You can add delirium or whatever the fuck ever, right? You can juice your fucking maps and make them juicier, harder, stronger, right? But you could still only juice so high. Just like in Path of Exile, you can only juice so high, right? And once you've done that, your character is complete. You have done. And if you're still unhappy, you can go to the arena, and unlimited runs in the arena. You go as deep or as far as you want there. But I feel like I know the T17s came, right? I feel like a generic player doesn't know when they're done. And I'm not saying fuck the generic player. I'm not saying fuck the hardcore characters. But what I am saying is that if let me give it the good old paint, boys. Okay, what I am saying is that let's say for example, right, this is your web. Whoops. So this is hello? The fuck? Hello, team? The fuck? Well, what's going on here? Oh. Okay, so this is your web here, right? And let's say this is max. Wait, why is this so Jesus Christ. This is max, right? This is max, right? Now, how does a generic player know that their character, and let's say they're still on white maps or white echoes, right? How do they know when they've reached this point? How do they know? How do they know? Well, they don't. It's basically we're telling these players that aren't hardcore or aren't deep dark grinders to say just keep going until you're sick of the game. Because I don't know about you guys, but I dislike Greater Rifts. I wasn't a fan of Greater Rifts. I know Darth Micro wasn't a fan of the endless system as well, and I know Gazzy wasn't either. I know many players that aren't. We like having this end game content. Like the things that we liked most about, like when we consider doing the end game, right? What do we consider doing the end game for Path of Exile? Well, a lot of players will say doing the pinnacle bosses, right? Doing the pinnacle boss. Some people will say, no, it's uber pinnacle bosses. That's fine. But now that we know we've beaten the uber pinnacle bosses, we're done. We beat it with that character. Now, at that point, could we continue to play and grind endlessly into the delve? Yeah, we could if we wanted to, I guess. But for the most part, that's beating the game. So when does the generic player know when they've beaten the game in Last Epoch? Well, we're basically telling them that you don't beat the game. You don't beat the game. You don't beat the game. Instead, you grind endlessly. And I will tell you right now, grinding endlessly, and I know some of you guys are like, yeah, that's legit. That's where it's at, right? Some of you will be like, that's where it's at. But this will turn off a casual player because they don't know. They just don't know. Well, see, and I think that's where a lot of players come from. I think that's where a lot of players come from because they don't know where the ending is. They're like, okay, so what do? I get corruption. I just get corruption up to what? What do I get my corruption to? Because one of the reasons why this is causing issues is because they log on to Twitch and they see like Empyrean's group, right? They were like at like 2,000 corruption or something like that, right? Right? They're at 2,000 corruption. And they log in and they're like, bro, I'm at corruption 179. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck's going on? They're really confused. This is the regular generic player. They're like, I'm really confused. Why? I'm only at 179. These guys are at 2,000. What the fuck's going on? Right? But what if I told you that 500 corruption, and it was known in the game, was as far as it went? Or that was the end? What if I told you that that was the end? Right? Then this guy knows this shit doesn't matter because he knows that this is the end. And then it could be 500 corruption with, 1, 2, or 3, we'll call it, for lack of a better term right now, juicing mechanics. right? And they know if they can do 3 juicy mechanics and 500 corruption, that they have beaten their character is good enough. So this generic guy is not as sad seeing 2,000 corruption. Instead, he's going, I just got to get to 500. He sees a light at the end of the tunnel. He knows it isn't this deep dark of fucking abyss that goes into the middle of nowhere. Now, for you guys that are saying you hit 100 and you're like, okay, yeah, now what now? Right? If you knew it was you should be at level 100, but the end of the road is 500 corruption. That's the end of the road. Now you're not going to quit at 100. Well, you might. You're going to quit on your struggle to 500 corruption. There's the light at the end of the tunnel. This, I feel, would engage players for a longer amount of time because so many people will hit 100 and they're like, what do I do? What do we do now? I'm done. Right? Board Epoch finally gone. They did bitch slap the fuck out of it. They bitch slapped the fuck out of it. They did it with the in the old just to answer Wed's question real quick. The old formula was 0.4 times your current ward divided by 1 plus 0.5 times your current ward retention. Now it's 0.2 times current ward plus 0.0005 times your current ward squared. So meaning you can still get very high ward, but that's only going to protect you for a fraction of a second. This is ward retention, or this is ward decay. So it's going to, you could spike a lot of ward, but it's going to go zip, right back down the higher it gets. So people that had like I could see people hitting like 7, 8, 9K ward, right? Which at the end of the day isn't that crazy considering some of the new armor and endurance values. But it's gonna zip right back down. So it's not gonna be, you're not gonna see people walking around with 70K fucking ward for 30 seconds. It's not gonna happen. The best thing about Ellie is when you feel like you're done with one character, there's a ton of other cool classes. That's true. That's true. Yeah, the super casuals on an endpoint. And let's face it, boys. Let's be realistic. Let's go out of our shoes for a second and let's go into a casual player's shoes, right? Would you really have would your heart really hurt if you had an endpoint in corruption, right? I'm not saying they didn't do this. I'm just saying, would your heart really hurt? Probably not. Right, and 1.1 is kind of given an endpoint killing a pinnacle boss. But to be fair, you could kill a pinnacle boss at corruption 137 because the pinnacle boss is its own difficulties. It has nothing to do with corruption. So you could have a character that is just grinding level 100 corruption and still beat the pinnacle boss, and you've beaten the game. I want their mapping system to have an end game. That's what I want. You know what I mean? So if you beat the pinnacle boss and you're only corruption 130, right? Well, and you beat your pinnacle boss at corruption 130, and I guess you're done with the game. Gaze of Orbis. Each Gaze of Orbis grants 12 corruptions from varying amounts from up to 10. Okay, so it's always 12 corruption instead of a varied amount for up to 10. However, now you can only 4 Gazes of Orbis can be consumed at once. The rest carries over the next web. Okay, so if you have 10 gazes, you're only going to use 4. However, in that change, only 1 Gaze of Orbis is lost if you die fighting. Okay. Well, plus they kind of shit on, if you go over 300, the XP is mass drastically reduced, and if you go over 1,000, it's fucking, you might as well, it's shut off. You're not gaining anything over 1,000 as far as the XP for grinding some shit, and gold too. Guests now also gain gazes of Orbis when they are offered a blessing in an empowered timeline. So as long as they are offered a blessing, they have it unlocked, they'll also get the gaze. GG. So team play back in business, boys. Blessings and stash swapping. That's right, bitches. We can now swap our blessings out for a cost. Blessings are now stored on your character and can be swapped around via respec vendor NPC at the end of time for a small gold fee. He's the one. They're going to be the NPC at the gate right at the entrance of the end of time. Defeating a timeline boss and unlocking a new blessing now adds all current rolled values to your list of available blessings. If higher than your previously earned versions, including the blessings you do not select upon unlock. Yeet! That's huge, bro. That's huge. For alt, blessings earned on other characters, that Sherry stash will be able to use at their minimum roll values until a better roll is unlocked on the alt character. So you may not get the top roll, the top dick roll. You didn't get a 70 fucking or 70 whatever it is, 75 crit strike avoidance, but you will be able to use the crit strike avoidance blessing. This is huge. And this, I will be honest, this is what stopped a lot of people from wanting to do multiple alts. Because they're like, I don't want to do the blessing fucking grind again. Fuck that garbage. I ain't doing that shit. They didn't want to do that shit. And I don't fucking blame them. It was fucking AIDS. It was fucking AIDS. I hated grinding fucking blessings. I hated it. And what made it fucking worse is that I would do it because I was like, you know what? I'm just going to re-roll my current character because I already have majority of the blessings. That's one of the fucking reasons I would just re-roll the same characters, because I didn't want to have to go back and find all the fucking blessings again. Fuck that. When you have multiple players and have to switch. Yep. Ladder. Added cycles drop-down menu. Previous cycles can be viewed as a historic record of when that cycle ended. Only cycle characters can now place on the ladders. That's right. Only cycle characters can place on the ladders. Legacy characters cannot add new entries to ladders. Ha! Fuck y'all. Raven, what's up, dude? Added ladder levels. Ranked characters by totaling experience points. Displays timestamp for characters that have hit 100. Skull icons indicate when a hardcore characters that have died. Previous hardcore characters are able to then place in normal ladders. Item factions. You got gold? GG. Easy. What color was your deck? Deck, not dick. What color was his dick? What color was his deck? What color deck did you use? Did you use that same red deck? Mono white? Oh, GG. General changes. Reduce the total reputation needed to reach the highest rank. Now requires 3.1 million, down from 3.3 million. This is a very, very mediocre change, but it is down a little bit. Each rank in item factions also provides a +5 increased favor gain. At a maximum rank of 12, you have 60% increased favor gain. Life game and token spam. I mean, that's mono white. Experience now scales less with corruption. As favor gain is tied to this, you will now earn more favor at lower corruption levels and less favor at extremely high corruption levels. Yes. That's right. I didn't read that wrong. You will now earn more favor at lower corruption and less favor at higher corruption. It's literally working against you if you are trying to get favor and use prophecies or fucking buy items at in the store. To be at really high corruption is detrimental to your grinding capabilities for favor. Adjusted ranks 1 through 10 and added 2 new ranks. So what's the point of going high corruption? That's a good question. Say it out loud again so everybody can hear it. What Tat just said. To show off your dick size. That's it. Really, mostly. That's it. lame. I don't think it's lame. I think it's lame. I think it's lame that so this is the way you have to see it. So obviously as a build maker, right? Somebody who makes builds for people to follow and use, right? I test all of my builds to 300 plus. These are all my builds. All my builds go to 300 plus, and we know that. Okay? But I also have builds that I have done that have gotten over 1,000. Which build are people going to choose? Which, as a new person, aka the Falconer, okay, maybe. It might have been, right? As a new person looking at this, which build is the people going to pick? Just with this information alone, because they're taught corruption equals how good. That's what people are taught inadvertently. Which one are people going to choose? They're going to choose this one. They're going to choose this one. Now, how many builds realistically did over this amount? I think 4 or 5, maybe. 4 or 5 went over that 1,000, and that was after the patch. Okay. How many builds are there? Maybe a little less. Maybe 200 to 300. Maybe 200 to 300. Maybe there's 200 to 300 different kind of variations, right? Now, are all 200 to 300 of these going to be over 300 corruption? Maybe not. But I'd say there's at least... Now, I only have some of them published on Icy Veins. But if I go to builds or build guides, I'm just going to use me for an example. Okay. So I still have the most builds written in LE Tools, at least in written versions. So 15.4. 2, 3, 7, 28, 29, 30. So I have 30 in LE Tools. Okay, now granted a lot of these were 9.2. Now if I add the updated versions and I add the ones that I've added to Icy Beans and not to LE Tools, we'll say at least 20 of those, in my understanding, at least 20 of those will do 300 plus. That's minus this. There's 15 builds that the public doesn't get to experience because they don't see it do 1,000 corruption. That's fucked. And it was killing build diversity. This feature was killing build diversity. People were only doing the builds that were doing, not only, but a lot of people were only doing builds that were 1,000 corruption or in that realm. They weren't doing these builds because they're like, well, but it doesn't do 1,000, so it's bad. I don't want to do that build. Okay? Build diversity was being slaughtered because of this difference. That's why they elected to say lower corruption is actually more beneficial. Higher corruption is just to flex your dick size. That's all. It was. You log into Twitch, right? Yeah, the HG says they don't want to do over 1,000. You log into Twitch and you watch not any streamer, but you watched many of the bigger streamers and you saw them doing the same kind of builds. There was a few out there who was doing their own shit, right? They were doing their own shit, and that's cool. But overwhelmingly, like, okay, when I did my Falconer build, that was my Falconer build. That was my premier build for 1.0. Okay, yes, I get it. It perma fucking stunlock Julra. You watch EMP and Agam in this shit talking Gazi. Fuck you. So yeah, so like we did, that was the premiere build, and Gazzy had his premiere build, right? So of course he was going to run that, and a lot of people were interested in running that because they thought it looked cool, and a lot of people saw the Falconer build and said, wow, that's broken, so they wanted to run that too, right? Yes, I get it. It first phase Lagon. Yes, I get it. It instantly, fucking permalock Jura, and like she was dead in like 7 seconds. Okay, but there were a lot of other builds. There was a lot of other builds that didn't see a whole lot of love, and it's not because they were bad. It's because they weren't seen one first phasing Lagon, and it's because they weren't permalocking Jura and killing her in 7 seconds. So, like, riff. It's not riff. It's meh. That was the Lord Wraith build that you saw for Necros. It was like the only thing you've seen. Yeah, Gazzy had a slightly different Wraith Lord build. Actually, I think his build didn't get nerfed. Duke, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the one where they were casting, it got nerfed. But the version that Gazzy did didn't get nerfed. But the other version got nerfed. So his Wraith Lord army build, where he had a ton of fucking wraiths, that one is still legit. But the one where the Wraith Lord was doing his like pew pews, that shit got nerfed. So yeah. It did not. Wraith army still 100%. Yeah. Skill changes, boys. Okay, so some of this we went over yesterday, but we'll go over it again. All right. Channeled skills. Most channeled skills, which prevented mana regeneration while channeling, have been changed. They do no longer prevent mana regeneration, but 8 mana has been added to their channel cost. So again, 8 mana is a very specific number. 8 mana is the default mana regeneration for all characters from start. Okay? From start. Which means if you have no mana regeneration, right, it's still going to cost you the same amount of mana, and you're still going to drain mana. Which means you're going to have to scale mana regen if you want to regen mana while you're channeling. So there's channeling builds that are out there that you're like, oh, let's go, fucking yeet, easy. No, bitch. You have to fucking find a way to add mana regen into said builds. You will not be able to just use your build the way it was and you're like, this is perfect. Add regen, okay? No, 8. Oh, 100%? 100% is doubling it. Yeah, that would be 8. So if you have 100%, right? No, if 100% of 8 would be 12. Wait, right? Yeah, because a 200% increase would be doubling it. Yeah, 100% is 12. I think. Been out of the game too long. Other modifiers to their mana costs have been adjusted where necessary to account for this change. The goal for this change is to reward characters that invest into mana regeneration without negatively impacting those that do not. All right. Here we go, boys. I'm going to take this slowly. Okay, I'm going to take this slowly. Here we go. Frostbite now deals 50 damage. It's big. From 36. 14 damage is nothing to fucking sneeze at, especially when you get 1,000 stacks. Blind no longer causes enemies to aim erratically. It now makes enemies unable to critically strike. GG. Very much like the Path of Exile kind of blind. That's lit. Now, it doesn't give you increased critical strike chance on them like in Path of Exile, but it does prevent them from critically striking you. Withering now has a maximum of 10 stacks, down from 10. Bleed, infected by Spirit Plagues, Hemorrhage, and Laceration nodes, now also respect ailment conversion. So if you convert and you have Hemorrhage and Laceration and you've converted it to something else, you've converted it to some other kind of ailment, it will work now appropriately. It did not work appropriately before. They made it fucking work. So like Spirit Plague, it was that single cast, and you could have it, you could have it be like poison, or you could have it be, well, you can't have it be frostbite, but if you could have it be frostbite or ignite, right? They wouldn't. These hemorrhage and laceration causes bleeds, right? And if you were converting bleeds somewhere in your tree, it wasn't respecting that. Now, if you're converting your bleeds, this will cause it to be converted appropriately, so to poison or whatever. Haste, Frenzy, and Immobilize can no longer be replaced by stacks with lower remaining duration. Example, Haste with an effect of 4 seconds remaining cannot be replaced by a new one with a 2-second duration. So they helped you out here, because this would happen quite often. You'd have a Haste and then instantly be hit with a new Haste from another source, and it would be a shorter duration. That would fuck you. Okay? So this is just a quality of life fix here. Okay. Now, I know this is ailments. Ailments are not always negative. Ailments can also be positive. Last Epoch has positive and negative ailments. Ailments are just something that happens over time. Attempting to replace a long duration haste stack with a lower duration one will still trigger advent of the erased effects. And we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. And buckle up. Buckle up, boys. Bug fix. Several cases where self-inflicted ailments were not respecting ailment conversions, such as Harvest Double-Edged Scythe or Dilethan's Bloody Nib and Bleeding Heart. These have been fixed. So now, again, if you're converting, these will convert. I know you're excited. I know. Fixed a bug where abilities that were not supposed to be able to buffer themselves could buffer themselves in online mode. This was a bug fix, and these were kind of being explicit. Jake, shut the fuck up. Fixed an issue where the Sentinel and Acolyte two-handed sword idle stance animation would stop looping after a short time. It basically caused you kind of to look in it like a T-pose. Fixed lightning visual effects on a large number of skills, including Lightning Blast, Gathering Storm, and Disintegrate. And let me tell you, it looks pretty. Fixed an issue where slots on the ability bar couldn't be cleared in online mode, and that was really toxic, but they have fixed it. Fixed an issue where the ability visual effects were offset in offline mode. It made it so like you guys remember on offline mode when you were doing like shurikens, you do like lunge shurikens, not lunge, dodge, whatever the fuck it's called for shurikens, right? And it would automatically proc shurikens, but your shurikens would be like behind you and you're like, yo, what the fuck? Right? They fixed that. Acolyte skill changes. Acolyte skill changes. Bone Curse. Bone Prison now has a 300 base health as opposed from 500. Ossify now grants Bone Prison 15% less damage taken per point from 500 added health per point. I think that's actually better. Where you have idols where they don't show up. I never saw that one. And its maximum points has been reduced from 4 to 5. Or from 5 to 4. Bug fix. Fixed a bug where Bone Prison did not receive its listed health scaling from your level and intelligence. That has been fixed. Chaos Bolts. Devour the Damned now grants 5 health gained against cursed enemies and requires 2 points. It came down from 6. And it requires 2 points in Doom's Vindication. It used to be 1 point. This was a little overpowered. So this was kind of like it was kind of like a balance. Call of Mortitus now shows its base freeze rate of 20. It didn't show it before. I don't know why. Chthonic Fissures. Chaotic Rupture now grants 13% chance per point to replace spirits with Chaos Bolts, down from 20. This is a nerf. Twisted Waves now grants 1% more torment damage per 3% necrotic resistance per point, from 1% per 2%. So again, this is a nerf. This is a bug fix here. Fix Chthonic Fissures not showing a tooltip on the Warlock Mastery side panel of the passive tree. Death Seal. Death Seal no longer has a minimum mana cost of 1. This means that mana cost modifiers are now able to reduce it to 0. That's right. So you can potentially have a harvest build where you consume all of your fucking mana and still use Death Seal. Are we in an ad? Fuck. Are we in an ad right now? God damn it. I don't want to skip anybody out. I don't want to skip anybody out. Okay. Are we back? I can't believe he's still... Yeah. Turbo. Sub. All right. So the Death Seal, it's a very small change. But it is a big change. It's a small change, but it's a big change. And the reason why it's a big change is because Death Seal was very hard to use with some very hard-hitting Harvest builds. Because Death Seal required you to have mana. Okay? Wait, you're back, right, Raven? Are you back, Raven? Okay. So Death Seal required mana. And Harvest, in the harder-hitting nodes, you basically had to burn all of your mana to get the maximum effects of them. Now, you no longer need to have any mana. You can scale it up to 0 mana cost. So, it adds potentially... FBI, open up! Limemark. What's up? Let's give a shout out to our homegirl. What were you doing? Yeah, I totally shit myself, bro. God damn. What's up, nerds? Busted by the FBI. They got me, boys. They got me. Remember, boys, you don't have to speak to authorities. Get a lawyer. Thank you for the raid, Lemart. I hope you had a great stream over there, homegirl. So this... Are starting up. No, I'm not gonna open that fucking door. Hello there. I'm gonna open that fucking door. Gilly, thank you for the follow. So this adds a potential new builds with Death Seal now being able to have 0 cost. F the police. We can't say that here in America, bro. I'm gonna get fucking my door kicked in. It's a prank. She's kidding. She's kidding. She's kidding. It's a joke. Dreadshade. Blind Fury no longer blinds targeted minion. And instead grants them 50% less critical strike chance. Mi corazón. Mi corazón is broken. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'll find a way to fix it. Infernal Dread can now only refresh Infernal Shades a maximum of 2 times. Nerf. Nerf, 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 nerf. Nerf. Ghost Flame no longer prevents mana regeneration while channeling, obviously, but the cost is now 48, up from 40. So I'm on that skateboard build, bro. I'm telling you, I will find a way. Spectral Menace now grants negative 10 mana cost per point from 14%. Spirit of Dread now grants 10% move speed while channeling from 20. So they're trying to nerf a little bit because I think they see the writing on the wall. Doom Surge now grants 5% move speed per point while channeling, from 10. Disdain now grants 6% less damage taken per point from ignited, damned, or bleeding enemies, from 10%. I mean, they nerfed the fuck out of it. I appreciate it for the alert. Appreciate it. Disdain requires 3 points in Dread Furnace from 2. Disdain now adds plus 2 channel cost per point. Enfeebled Prey no longer gives 10% less damage taken from cursed enemies per point. It now gives plus 50% chance per point to inflict frailty every second. Spirit of the Dead now increases the channel cost by 80% from 50. Race Form grants plus 1 dodge rating per intelligence while channeling per point from 10. So they nerf the ever-living fuck out of almost every other node here because they understand we as warlocks are going to be able to to get a lot of regen and basically negate this cost into the negatives. So we will be able to we know we will be able to gain mana while channeling this. So basically they have to nerf the ever living shit out of everything because they know we're going to be able to have it on all the time. They know that. Harvest. Learned weakness now grants 20% global increased critical strike chance per point if you have the hit cursed enemy with harvest recently from 10. So this is the harvest buff. This is the harvest buff I was talking about in with the death seal. So I think they're trying to force people into this. It also grants a global 5% critical strike multiplier if you have hit a cursed enemy with harvest recently. Profane Veil. Scorn now grants 5% more damage to cursed enemies while in Profane Veil, down from 10. Vampiric Pool now grants 3% of minion health as ward from 4%, not 40 like it was. And it now extends the duration of Profane Veil by 0.2 seconds per minion consumed, down from 0.5. This has been nerfed dramatically. It used to do 40. It was a bug. It was a bugged. Yeah, it was the bug build. Yeah, it was. They put the 0 in the wrong fucking decimal place. Seance now grants 1 ward per 15% uncapped necrotic resistance per point. It was 1 per 5. This is also a fucking nerf. Whenever the spirit is revealed inside Profane Veil's area. The axe benefit from Profane Instruments, it's the one that was on the very bottom left node, now instantly kills enemies that are below 6% health per point, down from 7. This was very abused. It gave you basically, go up to 3 points. It was 18 total. 18% threshold, killing threshold, culling. 18% culling. Or no, it was 21% culling. Now it's down to 18% culling. Reaper form. Death comes quickly has been removed. Rapid destruction has been moved to its position. Rapid destruction grants 8% increased attack and cast speed per point from 10. And now also grants 2% increased movement speed per point. In case you guys are wondering. They had to. They knew they had to do it. 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 Rapid destruction. This was flat attack speed, cast speed, and move speed. And oh wait, no, death comes quickly. Sorry. Death comes. Where's death comes quickly? Am I missing something? Wait. Death comes quickly has been removed. Rapid destruction has been moved to its position. Hello? It. No. Shouldn't have. Damn, it knows better than that. There's no shot. Oh, harvest. We'll check. We can check harvest. What was the node? Learned weakness. It is. He did update it. It's updated. Yeah. Yeah, I could. I could. Um, that's okay. I was just really confused. That wasn't supposed to be updated yet, at least that I knew of, but it's okay. Um, a new node, Blood Moon Reaver, has been added to Rapid Destruction's previous position. It converts Reap's base damage form to physical. Now also grants 2% increased move. Physical penetration while in Reaper form, converts poison effects from the trees to bleed, and gives Reaper form a visual effects. Fixed Lich Mastery Reaper form, showing an old icon in the Mastery side panel of the passive tree. That was just a bug. Summon Skeleton. Skeleton Rogues now have a baseline 20% chance to inflict a poison on hit. This is good, because this was something that was lacking dramatically for our Skelly Rogues. Skelly Rogues really just weren't used. They were shit because they couldn't get them to do anything. This adds something significant for them. Skeletons now gain 8 health per level. It used to be just 5, and 8 health per intelligence. It used to be just 5. So again, this is allowing them to be more resilient. Skelly Rogues might be strong for leveling. They could be. They could be, because Dot works very well low levels. Bone armor from all sources, including from Skeleton Warriors, now grant 8% less damage taken. Skeleton Warriors bone armor cooldown has been reduced to 4 seconds from 10. This is a huge fucking buff, in case you guys were wondering. This is a huge fucking buff. Okay? It was almost never taken. Skeleton Warriors bone armor was almost never taken because you never reliably got bone armor. Now you can get it every 4 seconds. That's huge. Impatience has been removed. Bone Share no longer has reduced effect on minions. Skeletal Mages now gain 8 health per level from 5 and 8 health from intelligence from 5. Again, adding to massive survivability. This is a massive survivability boost, boys. This is like a 30% survivability boost. Okay, this is massive. Actually, almost 40%, I think. It's almost a 40% survivability boost. This is massive. Transplant. Bone armor now just gives the bone armor buff, which grants 8% less damage taken. It was previously scaled with the points allocated with transplant. Maximum points have been reduced to 1. So now, bone armor, because it's now can be easily acquired in many different ways, it's a 55% boost. That's fucking huge. Fucking humongous. Right? So now they had to make it weaker because it was so readily available. Plated bone has been removed, which causes it to be increased effect. Wandering Spirits. Infusing Soul has a 50% chance to grant 4 mana per point whenever a spirit expires. This was from 6. This is a nerf. This is a nerf. Wandering Spirits, it was the little green guys that floated around the map when you channeled it or clicked it. Disintegrate. Mage skill changes. So obviously, the Gambler's Fallacy and Soul Gambler's Fallacy no longer apply their critical strike chance bonus to channeled skills. This was because you had a 100% critical strike chance when you haven't crit recently. Since Disintegrate didn't crit, it was always giving you a 100% critical strike chance. That wasn't meant to work like that, and so they did away with it. But they did some changes. Its base damage and damage effectiveness per second are now 24 and 480. So they buffed it from 15 and 300 to 24 and 480. That is very big. It no longer prevents mana regeneration while channeling. It now costs 18, down from 10, or up from 10. Leucomancer effects have been replaced, and it now has been moved to it requires escalation. It now grants a stack of Leucomancer every 2 seconds while channeling, up to 2 stacks. Leucomancer grants 4% global more damage to ignited or shocked enemies per point, and 4% global reduced mana cost per point, and lasts 3 seconds. Its maximum points have been reduced to 3. Intensify now also affects the rate at which you gain Leucomancer stacks. Added a new node of Resurgence connected to Leucomancer. Disintegrate can begin at tier 2 if you have at least 1 stack of Leucomancer. What's up, baby? What's this?
Oh, it's mine.
So what?
It's mine.
Where are you going again? Give me another kiss just in case.
Stuffed it by a freaking tornado? Come on.
She just is really nice to go to the fucking doctors. I'm just saying. Babe, can you give me a drink before you go? Be a nice looking doctor, I'd say. Tendrils now grant a 34% chance to cast Lightning Blast every second from 25%. Its maximum points have been reduced to 3 from 4. Escalation now grants a 40% increased mana cost from 50%. It now requires 2 points in Magnify from 3, 2 points in Feedback from 3, or 2 points in Extension. So these are all buffs. These are all buffs. These are all buffs because of how they fucked the original interaction. Amplification now grants 80% increased mana cost from 100. So they did reduce this, though, because there are some more modifier buffs that are in there. Twin Beam now grants 14 mana cost. It used to just cost 10. They had to change it because of the changes to channeling, being able to gain mana while you're channeling. Unbridled Powers effects have been replaced. It now grants 50% chance per second to inflict Spreading Flames. That's right, Spreading Flames. And a 50% chance per second to inflict Spark Charges. That's right, Spark Charges, bitches. If converted to fire, the spark charge chance is converted to spreading flames. If converted to lightning, the spreading flame chance is converted to spark charges. Its maximum points has been reduced from 1 to 1 from 2. By the way, spark charge is a hit. So your dot can hit. Not directly, but the spark charge does hit. Subvention has been removed. Added a new node, Charge Conduit, connected to the Electrify. It grants 5 static charges per second per point while channeling. Maximum of 4 points. I think it's better if I show you this now that I know that Dammit updated his site. I'm surprised it's up. Oops. So Disintegrate here. Spark. Right? So this is Spreading Flames, 50%, Spark Charge chance here. This is where you have it. And if you convert the fire to lightning, convert the fire to lightning. Oh, there it is. If you convert it here, it loses the fire tag and it'll gain spark charge. So you'll have 100% spark charge. Galvanized Defensive now grants 8% less damage taken, 7, but its maximum points have been reduced to 4. Added a new node, Unleash Power, to connect to stored power. Every 3 seconds while channeling Disintegrate, you cast Static Orb or Volcanic Orb, chosen randomly. If converted to lightning, Static Orb is always chosen. If converted to fire, Volcanic Orb is always chosen. That's right, bitches. Don't try it because I already made it. Laser focus no longer grants 20 mana per second while damaging enemies with disintegrate. Hyperfocal's effects have been replaced. Grants 1% more lightning per damage, or 1% more lightning damage per 8 maximum mana. Okay. Mana stackering skills. Mana stackers. Mana stacker, mana stacker, mana stacker, mana stacker. Okay. 1% more per 8 maximum mana. Right. So 80 mana equals 8% more. 800 mana. Figured out. The extension has been moved. It now connects to the center node to escalation. Added a new node, flame vent, in extension's previous positions. You can gain a stack of vent twice per second while channeling disintegrate, up to a maximum of 2 per point. When you stop channeling, you expend the stacks to cast fireball at a nearby enemy once per stack. Bug fixes. Fixed a bug where paralyzes more damage per stack of shock on the target did not apply. This was actually eating a lot of people's fucking time because they thought it was working, and I told them it wasn't working, but they told me it was working, and I told them it wasn't. It was finally verified through the devs, and the devs were able to tell us, no, it is not actually fucking working. And I told all those people to get fucked. I didn't actually say that. I said, I told you so, but whatever. So this was now fixed now. It has also been changed because once they actually got it to work with all the changes, it was actually way too strong. But it has been changed, and now it gives 2% more direct damage per stack of shock on the target from 5% because they realized how fucking strong it was. Its maximum points has been reduced from 3 to 3 from 5. Dragon Tongue's effects have been replaced. It now grants 1% more fire damage per 2 intelligence. Magnify's effects have been replaced. It now grants 40% of your chance to ignite on hit with fire spells as ignite chance per second per point. Feedback now grants 40% chance to shock per second per point. Presidium now grants 1 ward per 3 int per second per point while channeling from 5 ward per second. They had to nerf it. It had to get nerfed, I'm telling you. Its maximum points have been reduced from 3 to 3 from 5. Cascade's effects have been replaced. It now grants 10% increased recovery cooldown speed per point while channeling. So what that means is while you're channeling, you have recovery cooldown for everything else. So if you have, for example, static orb on a cooldown for some reason, I don't think you can. Actually, never mind. Let me double check. So it has a normal cooldown, but I think you can add a cooldown, right? Yeah, you can add a cooldown here. Saying you can reduce that cooldown. How would a beam work for Rune Master? You'd be wasting your fucking time. I haven't even gone over the passive changes for him yet. You know what? I'll do that next. Backfire now requires damaging enemies for 3 seconds to cause flame burst. It also fixed a bug where backfire was triggering flame burst about 20% less frequency than intended. Catalyst now requires the time required to cause flame burst by 0.5 from 1. That was the flame burst. This is... Oh, whatever. We'll go over in a minute. Inferno now grants 34% chance per point to cast Fire Aura while channeling from 50%. Its maximum points has been reduced from 3 to 4. They fixed the bug where Disintegrate Extension Node did not affect the visual length of Disintegrate's beam, and it was supposed to. You might have been channeling it and seen you're hitting shit, and you're like, I'm not actually hitting shit, but you were. And fixed an issue where Disintegrate's sound effects, it wasn't working. It was like kind of like distorted or not functioning at all. Let me get something to drink. We're going to be here for a minute. Okay. All right. Yes, static orb can proc through disintegrate. We just went over that. All right, here we go. Fridge popped up. I had to like fucking arm wrestle with the fucking fridge, bro. God damn. All right, Elemental Nova. Luminaire no longer prevents mana regeneration while channeling. That was, of course, channel right here. Luminaire. Okay. Infernal Nova area now increase only applies to direct cast of Elemental Nova. Rip. That was over here. You have to directly cast it now. It cannot be procced from Frostclaw, like we used to be taking advantage of, or even teleport. Rip. This is cream soda. This is cream soda. So fireball here. Flammability now also gives an equal amount of lightning resistance shred if fireball has any of the conversion to lightning. That's good because for some reason it was missing. Fire spray now requires 2 points in winged fire, and unchained fire now requires 3 points in adept from 4. So basically they were kind of looking for people to want to use more fireball. Firebrand. Bug fix. Fixed a bug where charring was giving Firebrand more damage per stack instead of its intended more melee damage per stack. That's interesting. Kindling now grants 10% melee critical strike chance per Firebrand stack. It's up from 5, so this is a big buff to the Spellblade. Triple Strike now grants 3 added mana costs. It's from 10. That's another big fucking buff. Charring no longer grants an added mana cost. It's very big. Crossfire now grants 10% ignite chance per Firebrand stack per point from 8%. That's another buff. Exothermic now allows you to consume 3 Firebrand stacks per point, up from 1. Ardent Branding now also grants 3% more Firebrand damage per stack. Bro, these are all I've read. Every single one of these has been a buff so far. Pyre now grants 6 added mana cost from 10. Another buff, reducing the mana cost. Hypothermia now allows you to consume up to 3 Firebrand stacks per point from 1. Again, more buff. Conflagrate now grants 6 added mana cost from 10. Buff. Incineration now grants 12% more damage for Firebrand. That's going to be a nerf. More per sec from 20. That's a nerf. Searing Bond now grants 12% more damage from 10. All buffs, except for this one. But moderate. Flame Wreath. My Spellblades out there. Slash and Burn grants 25% ignite chance per point, up from 20, and has 4 maximum points from 3. So it's going to cost a little bit more investment, but it's buff. Dancing Flames grants 14% less mana cost from 12, and only reduces range by 5% from 12. Huge. Huge, 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 huge. Very fucking huge. Very fucking huge. Ember Infusion no longer increases mana cost, but grants 12% more melee damage per point. Now, this is a nerf, but it doesn't increase the mana cost. So, again, this is huge. Huge, 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 huge. Flame Rush. These are mostly just bug fixes. Actually, they are just bug fixes. Fix the bug where Blazing Flux node in Flame Rush skill tree would not grant cooldown reduction. That wasn't all the time. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Blazing Flux is the tree here that basically said we're going to double the amount of cooldown reduction you have if you have over 150 fire resistance. Fix a bug that prevented runic burst damage from applying correctly. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Runic burst on Firewall Rush. It actually like never fucking worked, to be honest. Focus. 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 The burst of mana and ward that occurs after channeling for 1 second now also recovers 10% of missing mana. This is a fucking huge buff. I don't think you understand how big this fucking buff actually is, but this is a big fucking buff. This means that our mana stackers will only actually have to do 1 second, and let's say you get like 1,000 mana. You'll get instantly 100 mana plus the amount of that standard gained. This is huge. Fix ward gain on traversal skill use, triggering every time you started channeling focus if it was changed to traversal skill, even if you canceled the channel before teleporting. This was well received. Well, this is well received. Frostclaw. All right. I know what you guys are thinking. What'd they do to our boy? Now, you and I both know it needed to get kicked in the dick very, very hard. You guys know that. I know that. Frostclaw needed to get kicked in the dick very hard. All right? Valheim Ballista now grants 4% increased Ice Barrage fire rate per point from 5. That's a nerf. On Frostclaw hits up to a maximum of 60% from 80%. Nerf. Whatever. Now consumes 80% of Frostclaw's mana cost when cast this way and will not trigger at negative mana. So as a your music is nope, it's no, it's not. I have psychosis because I don't play music on this stream, and then I'll fix the psychosis and it'll be good again. Which it should be good now. All right. This is for our melee characters that were using Frostclaw as a secondary type of damage. You won't use this now unless you are unless you have mana. But it's a 30% chance to cast on a melee hit. Through the Snow, 4 mana cost from 6. That's a buff. Ever Onward adds 4 mana cost from 6. That's a buff. Frozen Malice now adds 2 mana cost from 3. That's a buff. These are all buffs. A Crack in the Ice now increases mana cost by 30% from 40. Buff. Gift of Winter's chance to gain 12 mana on cast now can only occur on direct casts. So again, kind of get fucked. Melee portions of it. Did that fix it, Tap? By the way, what I just did? It did. Okay, good. So, not a huge kick in the dick to Frostclaw, but it does. You'll be seeing different approaches with Frostclaw. Lightning Blast. Closed circuit buff no longer stacks. That was kind of sad. Its buff now grants 20% increased damage from 15 and 50% increased critical strike chance from 40. You could stack that, but meh. It's okay. Mana Strike. Repulsing Strikes now has a 100% chance to knock enemies back. It used to be 34 per point, but a 2-second cooldown and has a maximum of 1 point. So you add a cooldown to this. Added a new node called Frigid Grasp that converts Mana Strike to cold. Not just lightning now. It could be cold or lightning. Runebolt. Fixed a bug where Runebolt's Runeweaver granted 4% mana spent gain as ward per stack instead of its listed 40. Imagine the disappointment you had if you were trying to do that. Runic Invocation for my Invoker players out there. Let's go. Raren's Fosguard no longer grants 30% damage reduction. Instead, its ward granted every 0.4 seconds is now 20 plus 1 per intelligence. I don't know if that's a buff or a nerf. I guess it depends on how much fucking intel you had. The movement nodes have had their values tweaked. So the blink forward leap and blink backwards leap should all be smoother to play and look nicer. So it was kind of clunky. Fixed a bug where Runic Invocation's Rune Power Core could cause your runic energy to display higher than its actual value, which was really weird when that happened. Shatter Strike. Unrelenting Winter has a clearer description of its effect. Hoarfrost now grant 2 ward when using Shatter Strike and hitting at least 1 enemy per point, doubled against frozen enemies, instead of always granting 5, so that's a nerf. Cold Steel grants plus 20% critical strike multiplier per sword. That's a nerf. Cold Presence now grants 10% more damage per point, doubled on enemies on high health, granting from 25% more damage against high health enemies only. So this was usually never used because it was just for bossing. But now it's useful across the board, but not as useful against bosses. Glacial Smash now grants 8% more damage per point, doubled to frozen enemies. It used to be 10% more damage. So obviously this is a lot of nerfs on Shatter Strike. Icicles triggered from Ice Spikes now have 100% added damage effectiveness from 80. Whiteout and Absolute Zero now state they give less attack speed, not reduced. Functionality was not changed, only description. Exact same thing. Whiteout and Absolute Zero's less attack speed modifiers are now multiplicative with each other. Previously, they were additive with each other, but multiplicative with other modifiers to attack speed. So this is a buff. It's a buff. It used to be 50 plus 20 was 70%. Now it's just multiplicative. Whiteout now grants 80% increased mana cost per point from 90. That's a buff. Fixed a bug where Ice Blink was given more attack speed instead of increased attack speed. That's a nerf. Ice Spikes from Frozen Shrapnel now receive 1 spell damage per 3 melee damage. That's a buff. Lingering Chill now grants 5 global more cold damage per point from 20. 5% more is always better than 20% global increase. Ice Barrier now grants 50 armor per point for 4 seconds on hit, double against frozen enemies. That's big. Acclimated now grants 5% less cold damage taken per point for 4 seconds on hit, double against frozen enemies. Great against Herat, bad against everybody else. Cryomancer for Snap Freeze. Cryomancer now grants 10% increased freeze duration per point, and its maximum points have been reduced from 4 from 5. Man, Snap Freeze, very good leveling skill. Hard to find a use for it later. Static Orb. Overcharge detonation grants 2% more orb hit damage per 1 mana from 3%. That is a nerf. Probably because they see the writing on the wall. It's going to be used. Volcanic Orb. Fixed issues with targeting with the cursor on complex terrain, making it for smoother, more predictable targeting. This was difficult when you were trying to shoot upstairs or up or down or whatever. That was where it was difficult. Let me go over. Hang on. Let me make sure. Why didn't they give me the passives? Well, why would they do that? Why would they go all the way over here? Okay, so Sorcerer. We're going to go over the mage changes. All right. There's a lot of changes for the mage, boys. I'll tell you right now, and I've been working with it a lot. There's a lot of fucking changes. All right? All right. Burden of Knowledge now grants 5 spell damage per point from 4. That's a buff. And 5% reduced cast speed per point. Okay. Prismatic Blades effects have been replaced and now grant 1 dexterity per point and 1 added melee damage per point. The added melee damage is doubled if you're using a sword. Now also has a threshold bonus, which grants 8% increased attack speed. Frozen Steel now has a threshold bonus, which grants 6% more damage to chill the frozen enemies. Prodigy now has a threshold bonus, which grants 1 plus additive critical strike chance per 15 intelligence. Yes, Intel will basically allow you to cap your crit very easily. The first mastery bonus now grants 12 ward gain when you use a melee attack and hit at least 1 enemy. It's from 4. They tripled your ward gain. Arcane Warden now grants 3 ward per point, gained when you use a melee attack and hit an enemy from 5. But it also gives 1 intelligence per point. It now also has a threshold bonus, which grants 1 ward decay threshold per intelligence. Yes, you heard that right. The Spellblade can give you ward decay threshold per intelligence. That is a massive buff to this Spellblade. Flamewalker now has a threshold bonus as well, which grants each stack of Fire Aura a 50% chance to shred fire resistance every second. This can be converted to cold or lightning shred by freezing aura or crackling aura. Of course, that is our friend here, Flamewalker. Incinerating Aura no longer gives 3 base damage per second per point to Fire Aura. It now gives +1 intelligence per point and has a threshold bonus, which grants Fire Aura 2 spell damage per point of intelligence. That's right, motherfuckers. We're going Fire Aura build. Now maybe you knew why I was working with it the other day. Maybe you know why I was working on it the other day. These fire bitches, that's right. Defenders of Wayland's effects have been replaced. It now gives 1 dexterity per point and has a threshold bonus, which grants 8% increased critical strike chance per point of dexterity. It no longer requires investment into Warden's Echo. That's right. Every point of dexterity increases your crit chance by 8%. Like I said, between this and where is it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay. There it is. Between that and Prodigy, this is a lot of critical strike chance. You're talking to, you'll be easily able to cap your crit on a Spellblade without heavily investing into critical strike chance gear. By getting intel alone, you are benefiting greatly. Strike now grants 2 melee damage, or 2 melee lightning damage per point, and no longer grants 6% increased shock duration with melee attacks per point. Instead, it grants 1% parry chance per point. So if you're dual wielding, saying you're going to do this, okay? Saying you're going to do this. Just saying this is what's available now. This is very wrong. Very wrong. Gotta send that to damn it. He's like, what the fuck? Exciting stuff coming in from last Epoch? Yep. Yep. Yeah, try to hit me was a build, this would be it. 522%. Well, anyway, the point is you can get like a 40% parry chance, which means 40% of the time you will block or parry any attack that comes your way. River Blade now grants 2 melee cold damage per point. Volka's Razor now grants 3% more melee elemental damage with high cost melee skills from 50% increased. That's a buff. Its maximum points have reduced to 6 from 10. Or elemental damage instead of increase. Huge. Mana Reaver now grants 20% chance per point to gain 3 mana from 6% to gain 10. That is actually a buff. Warden's Echo now grants a 4% chance per point to cast Frostclaw. That's right, it's in your fucking passive tree now, bitches. Frostclaw can be done from your passive tree. Right here. Add this to now what is in your Frostclaw tree. They do stack. They do stack. So you got 20% here, plus the, I think it's 30% in the tree. 30% in the tree. That's a 50% chance to cast Frostclaw when you attack. They do stack. Arcane Focus. Oh, this is for Rune Master now, our boy. Arcane Focus now grants 2 ward gain on direct spell casts per point. Mental Catalysis now grants 6% reduced bonus damage from critical strikes with a catalyst per point from 8 as a nerf. This is also a nerf. Edict of Scion now grants 2 ward gain per active rune on the area skill used per point. 4, also a nerf. And now requires that the area skill hit at least one enemy. Again, sounds kind of dumb, but that is a nerf. You were able to just originally cast it before, and you could get the ward no longer. You must actually be engaged. So you couldn't ward prep yourself. You still can ward prep yourself by doing Silent Whisper invocation, which is basically when you invoke with no runes. Silent Whisper still works, or Silent Invocation still works to gain ward. So you can cast Invocation with no runes, and you will still gain ward. That is still the best way to do it, and probably the only way to do it now. Celestial Doom's Threshold bonus now grants 100 ward gain when you hit a branded boss or rare enemy with a spell from 28 with a 1 second cooldown. It used to be no cooldown. So you can get 100 ward a second, or if you had very attack fast cast speeds, you can get 106 per second. It's kind of a wash. This made me feel better, but Jagged Veil now grants 2 ward on crit per point, up from 1, up to 5 times per second from no limit. So again, 5 times per second, that's a lot of casts. Ancient Inscriptions Threshold bonus now grants 1% increased cooldown recovery speed per 6 intelligence. Bit of a nerf. That's okay. Inscribed Instruments now grants plus 8 critical strike multiplier with a wand from 12. Again, kind of a nerf. Now, this is the big one, boys. This is the big one. I hope you're ready for this. This is the big one. Sorcerers. You ready? You guys ready for this fucking shit? I think of you sorcerers when I think of you sorcerers, this is literally what I think of you guys.
Apes together, strong.
It's literally what I think of you guys when I think of you sorcerers. And then my forge guards. This is what I think of my forge guards.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
All right. Sorcerer. Here we go. This second mastery bonus now grants 1% more spell damage per 2 mana cost. Up to 50% more. So you can get up to 50% more spell damage. More. Not increased. This is an increase from 1% increased spell damage per mana cost. This is gargantuan. I don't think if you understand how these multipliers work, then you know. But if you didn't, it's not uncapped. It's 50% more. That's the max. It used to be increased spell damage per mana cost, unlimited, which it's just increased. Okay? Now it's just 50% more. Flat. That's good. That's good, because 50% more is still a lot. That's almost double the damage. Okay? 100% more would be double damage. Okay. Mana Shell is no longer gives 15 armor per point. It now gives 2 ward per second per point. It also now has a threshold bonus, which grants 1 ward per second per 10 maximum mana. We are Ward Stack. This is Ward Stack League, boys. This is Ward Stack League. Ward Stack League. Ward Stack League. All right? Ward Stack League. Or a Mana Stack League. Lost Knowledge grants 1 ward gain per 15 current mana when you use a skill that costs at least 40 mana. This was up from 1 ward per 10 current mana. This is a slight nerf from 1 ward per 10 current mana. Trust me, this is you're okay. Okay. Wisdom's threshold bonus now grants 5% increased mana regeneration per 100 max mana. Stack the mana, boys. More regen. Arcane Avalanche now also grants +5 additive chill chance per point and now affects which freeze nearby enemy. It affect which freezes nearby enemies on a 10-second cooldown. It now a 5-point threshold bonus. It now always freezes 8 nearby enemies. Whenever you take a hit that leaves you below half health, you freeze nearby enemies. Period. Their freeze resistance, well, ones that say cannot be frozen, that does matter. But basically, if you get 5 points in this, if you get half health, everything around you is going to be frozen. This is a defense. This is a very obscure but well-rounded defensive layer. Now, mind you, what if you're going fire? Could you go this? Yeah, you could still do this. If you wanted to, I guess. But, you know, I'm just throwing it out there. Okay? This is a great defensive layer. It's the oh shit. Arcane Current effect have been replaced and now grant 1% more lightning damage to shocked enemies per point, and has a threshold bonus which grants 100% chance to inflict Spark Charge on hit with skills that cost at least 40 mana. That's right, Spark Charge is readily available. What is it? Spark Charge is readily available across the board for our source. Ultimate power! Archmage still grants 1 spell damage per point, but no longer is tripled if you have 200 mana. It now also grants 7% chance per point to refund 20% of your mana cost. Both of these effects are doubled with at least 300 mana, or tripled with at least 1,000 mana. Hello, mana stackers? Are you fucking listening to me yet? I've been working with it for a fucking month. Cryomancer no longer grants plus 15 freeze rate multiplier per point. It now grants +5 frostbite chance with cold skills. Any cold skill, frostbite chance. Any cold skill. Any cold skill. Any cold skill. Pyromancer now grants +5 ignite chance with fire skills per point. That's right. Any fire skill. Scronomancer now grants +5 shock chance with lightning skills. Any lightning skill. How many parties? 3. 5. 5 in Archmage. So you can get up to 15 base spell damage. And 21% chance to refund 20% mana. Inferno's effects have been replaced. It now grants 8% increased fire damage over time, 8% spreading flames chance with fire skills, any fire skill, and has a threshold bonus which grants 15% more fire damage over time to enemies with spreading flames. Spreading flames. Dragon Mage has been replaced. With Mana Bulwark instead, it grants 2% of damage taken from mana before health per point. Plus 4 mana per point. That's right. A new defensive layer in our passive tree. Oh, not that. Wait, where is it? Here's up to 20% mana delta damage delta mana before health. I'm trying to fucking tell you bitches. Mana stackers. Where are you? Question. Perhaps an answer. What? Any damage. It'll go to your mana before your ward. Ward is an extension of your health. I believe. I think it'd be too strong otherwise. Maybe. That's a good question. That's actually a very, very good question, Tap. I actually need to test it. That's a very good question. I have to test that. I think it's just health. So if you have no ward, then it starts to take from your mana. But if you had ward, it shouldn't touch it. I think it'd be too strong otherwise. If you're protecting your ward with mana, that'd be too strong, I think. So I think it's clearly just about health. I think it'd be too strong if your mana protected your ward. That'd be busted as shit. Right? That'd be busted as shit, right? If your mana protected your fucking ward, it'd be absolutely busted. Dragon's Breath effects have been replaced as well. It now grants 7% increased elemental damage per point, 4% increased area for skills per point, which is this guy right here. Wait, oh, that's not it. There it is. So increasing your area skills. Spellslinger now grants 3. Every time I see this, I just think of Path of Exile because the skill gem Spellslinger. Now grants 3% increased I love Spellslinger fucking skills, by the way. Grants 3% increased cast speed per point. It used to be just 3% increased mana regeneration per point. Arcane Insight no longer grants a chance to gain insight on hit. It now has a threshold bonus granting +5 ward decay threshold per intelligence. Elixir of Knowledge now grants 5% increased mana regeneration per point. Mirror Breath has been replaced with Mana Wells. It grants 3% increased mana per point. Increased mana, boys. Increased mana. And has a threshold bonus which grants 50% of mana spent gained as ward. Bro, let me make that clear for you. 50% of all mana you spend just from your passive tree, not including any items or any uniques that you may have, right? 50% of any mana you spend is now gained as ward. It is possible to go above 100%. So if you have 100%, you know, mana gained as ward, or ward gained as mana gained as ward, you'll gain 100 ward. If you have 110% mana spent gained as ward, you'll gain 110 ward when you spend 100 mana. Just keep that in mind. Recollection now has a maximum of 5 points. And then this is a bug fix for calculated destruction. Threshold bonus was given increased critical strike chance rather than its stated increased spell critical strike chance. That was a bug. I feel like I should just go over the passive changes first, and then I should go over the class changes, right? Like, they kind of did this kind of backwards, I think. So I'm going to do the rest of it that way. So we're going to go over now the Acolyte, which the only real change was to the Warlock. Good news, I guess, kind of. Warlock's first primary mastery bonus now grants 4% more damage per curse. That has been nerfed. Ward of Malevolence now grants 1 ward per second per 3 intelligence. This is also a nerf. Doom Herald now grants 2% less damage taken while channeling per point. And 2% more damage to damned enemies. This was 3 and 3. This was also a nerf. Aspect of Death now grants 0.04% more damage per stack of each negative nailment on you. This was 0.1. That is a major nerf, by the way. Major nerf. This node previously stated it scaled with points allocated, but did not. The result that it is max Vestment node can now give you up to the 18% more damage at 90 stacks, compared to the 9% more damage at 90 stacks that it was given before. So, because it wasn't working right anyway, you're better off. Because if it was working right, it would have been a lot more damage. Kind of lackluster there for that passive change. I would say probably the sorcerer mage as a whole got the most changes. Primalist. Berserker has now been renamed to Cornered Beast. Its effects are now also active for 5 seconds after you leave low health, and a buff icon has been added to display when it's active. Cornered Beast. Forcing Constitution has been moved beyond the lock, taking the position of Envenom that it was at. It now grants a 4% chance per point to gain aspect of the boar on melee hit. All right, so this is kind of sad for some people that like the Primalist class. The reason why I say that is because you used to be able to get Forcing Constitution for any Primalist build. When you would hit something, you get aspect of the boar. No longer the case. You cannot. You do still have access of the boar or aspect of the boar once you've been hit, but it's only here. This used to connect to here, and this used to be here. It used to be here, actually, right? So you can no longer have access to aspect of the boar unless you are a Beastmaster on melee hit. If you've been hit, you can still get it. The second node named Boarheart, which gave 1 strength per point and a 4% chance per point to gain aspect of the boar melee, has been moved, and Envenom has been moved to a position, which is what I just went over. Added a new node, Natural Fortitude, at Forcing Constitution's previous position. It grants 1 strength per point, 2 added health regeneration per point, and 3 added health regeneration for companions per point. It has a threshold bonus, which grants 2% increased health regeneration per point of strength for you and your companions. That is that one. Shaman. Some major changes here with the Shaman. Shattered Heavens now also grants 20% frostbite chance per point and grants minions 10% frostbite chance per point and 1 added cold damage with spells and attacks per point. This. Silent Protector's added armor is now also granted to your totems. It was the same thing, just now also grants to your totems. Tempest Form added health, chill chance, and shock chance are now also granted to your minions. So these, again, same thing, just as now it's added to your minions. Earthen Supremacy no longer grants stun avoidance per point. Aww. It instead grants 8 endurance threshold per point and has a threshold bonus which grants 5 stun avoidance per attunement. That's a big buff. Fist of Stone now also grants 2% endurance per point and has a threshold bonus which grants 1% increased health regeneration per 1% uncapped endurance. Overcapping endurance never sounded so good. Warbringer's increased cold damage, increased physical damage, and added dodge rating are now also granted to your minions. It now also has a threshold bonus which grants 20% increased dodge rating for you and your minions. That's right, the Shaman is apparently elusive now. He has a very good chance to dodge things. Hailbringer's chill chance, freeze rate multiplier, and cold resistance are now also granted to your minions. A lot of sharing now. Sharing is caring. Avatar of Thunder now has a threshold bonus which grants 2% spell lightning penetration for you and your minions per 5 attunement. Boys, I hate to tell you, but it's very easy to get over 100 attunement on the shaman, which is 50% lightning penetration, which is a massive increase in damage. Ironbark's effect have been replaced. It now gives an additional 10 health and armor per point, tripled for totems, and has a threshold bonus which grants 1 health regeneration per 3 attunement, tripled for totems. This threshold bonus also gives totem stun immunity. That's right, get off my fucking totems, bitch. Conflux's increased area for area skills now is also granted to your totems. That's right, now your totems can have bigger areas of effect, because fuck you, that's why. Sky Armor has been renamed to Gift of the Skies, and its effects have been replaced. It now gives a 2% increased attack and cast speed per point, and 8 dodge rating per point. Its maximum points were reduced from 8 to 10. It now has a threshold to 8 from 10. It now has a threshold bonus that causes your totems to gain frenzy for 3 seconds when they are directly summoned. Swirly Maelstrom's chance to cast Maelstrom when hit has a cooldown of 3 seconds. That was a buff. It now has a threshold bonus granting 20 endurance threshold per stack of Maelstrom. Boys, you can get, if you play it right, you can get a lot of Maelstrom charges. A lot of Maelstrom stacks. Easily could probably get between 200 and 300 minimum. Okay. Endurance threshold, which can almost cover your entire, at least early on, cover almost your entire fucking health. Glacial Strike's threshold bonus has been changed to 1% melee cold penetration per 3 strength. Previously 40 added cold melee every 3 seconds. That's good, because this was useless. No one used it. Ascendant Circle effects have been replaced. It now gives 1% more spell damage per point while you have a totem. Just one. You only need one. Stormblade's effects have been replaced. It now gives 1% more melee damage per point while you have a totem. Elemental Shrines, I think I already said that. Elemental Shrines' threshold bonus now gives 1% increased mana regen per attunement from 2% per 3 attunement. Eternal Storm's effects have been replaced. It now gives 10% increased totem duration per point and 7% increased minion cold and minion lightning damage per point. Its maximum points have been increased to 5 from 4. Stormcrows never looked so good. I'm just saying it. I'm saying it right now. Protective Circle now also grants your totems 3% to all resistances per point. Nothing for the druid. Nothing for the druid. Didn't think you needed. All right, for the rogue. I know some of you guys have been waiting for the rogue. Thank you for being patient. For the rogue, Blade Dancer. Skiasynthesis now has a threshold bonus which grants 50% more Shadow Dagger damage to bosses and rare enemies. What? That's right. 50% more Shadow Dagger damage. Death's Door effects have now also active for 5 seconds after you leave low health, and a buff icon has been added to display when it is active. So basically, Death's Door, right here, this was something that we typically didn't use very often, but now it actually has functionality because you can jump in and out of low health and keep the benefits of it for 5 seconds. That's a big deal. Just saying. I'll go over it. When we go through the skill tree, we'll go over it. Not the passive tree. We'll go over it with the skill tree. Falconer. Okay. My homegirl is likely going to get gutter fucked, but we'll check her out. Falconer. Finesse them threshold bonus grants 1% minion critical strike chance per 3% critical strike avoidance. From 2 per 3. That's bad. That's really bad. That was Finesse Them was a massive critical strike multiplier. We were able to get 300% critical strike avoidance. Now it's less likely we're going to be doing that. Marksman. Okay. Here we go. Concentration grants 2% more damage per point, as opposed to 15% increased damage. More damage instead of increased. This is very big. This is very big. Missile Mastery now has a threshold bonus which grants 50% increased effect of armor shred. That's right. So instead of shredding 1 armor, you'll shred 1.5. So for every 2 hits, you'll shred 3 instead of 2. So forth, so on. Meditation grants plus 40 dodge rating per point from 25. That's a big buff. 8% reduced cooldown of concentration from 5. That's big. And its maximum points have been reduced to 5, so you get more for less amount of points. Reflection now has a threshold bonus which grants 10% less hit damage taken with concentration. Hello? 10% less damage taken? That'll be an instant pickup on every build. Elemental Arrows no longer requires you to be moving to gain 1 elemental arrow each second. Thank the fucking Lord. Siege Quiver no longer grants 1% in elemental resistance per point per elemental arrow, and now grants 15 ward gain per point when you use an elemental arrow. Uh-oh. More ward? Siege Quiver no longer grants... Oh, already that one. Focus Fire now has a threshold bonus, which grants 1 second of haste after using Evade. Simple. Barbed Arrows now has a threshold bonus, which grants 50% chance to shred physical resistance on hit. Poison Tipped Arrows now has a threshold bonus, which grants 20% increased poison duration. Ethereal Arrows grants 10% of bow skill mana cost as more damage from 50% increased damage. Boys, that is huge. Assassin's Quiver grants 1 bow damage per point from +1 bow physical damage. And it now has a threshold bonus which grants 2% bow critical strike chance. Additive. Its maximum points have been increased to 8. Like, here's. Not only do you just get increased critical strike chance, you also get flat 2%. Sniper's Gambit grants 6 bow damage per point, up from 5, and 1% increased damage taken from nearby enemies, from 2. A buff. A buff. Less increased damage taken, and plus more damage. That's all for the rogue. Sentinel. I know some of you guys are really wondering about Sentinel, specifically the Forge Guard, waiting to see if the Forge Guard is ever going to be less shit. Find out. You might be happy. All right. Sentinels will receive an automatic free respec for their passive trees. So you'll be able to respec because of how much shit is changing. Time and Faith now grants 2% of missing health restored per point. This was 5 health per point. Now it's 2% of your missing health per point. Boys. Boys and girls, girls and boys. Boys and girls. 2% of your missing health. The lower you are, the more you will heal. Huge. Relentless now grants 50 stun avoidance per point, up from 20, and now it also has a threshold bonus which grants 100% increased duration of stun immunity from being stunned. What? After you've been stunned, you cannot be stunned for a period of time. You are unstunnable. Kind of Forge Guard. All right, here's our boy. The second mastery bonus, the Stalwart buff, now gives 10% increased armor for each hit you've taken in the last 10 seconds, up to 10 stacks. It was previously 3% with no limit. I'd say that's a gain. Unflinching now grants 100 stun avoidance per point from 40 and also grants 6 health per point. And also grants minion stun immunity. Crushing Blows now grants 0.1% more damage per mana cost from 0.5 increased damage per 1 mana cost. This is a big more multiplier, boys. This is big. Forge Strike never felt so good. Its maximum points have been reduced from 5 to 6. Shield Breaker now only adds 3 mana cost to throwing skills. From 6, it's a buff. Steel Ages now also grants 10 armor per point. Its non-scaling 2% block chance has been moved to a threshold bonus, which now grants a 3% block chance. That's Steel Ages. That was over here, I think. Yep. Crush from the Forge's effects have been replaced. RIP. It now grants 1 melee physical damage, 1 melee fire damage, and 1 throwing physical damage, and 1 throwing fire damage per point. It now has a threshold bonus which grants 20% physical penetration and 20% fire penetration to Smelter's Wrath and Forge Strike. Iron Attunement now has a threshold bonus which grants 1% of armor mitigation percentage, also applies to damage taken over time per attunement. Champion of the Forge's effects have been replaced. It now grants 10% increased critical strike chance if you're using a two-handed weapon. It now also has a threshold bonus which grants +1 critical strike multiplier per 2 strength if you're using a two-handed weapon. Boys. You can get 60 to 70 critical strike multiplier with the amount of strength that you can have with this. Hammer and Anvil's effects have been replaced. It now gives you and your minions 20% chance to shred armor per point, and has a threshold bonus which grants your minions 30% increased attack speed for 3 seconds when you directly use an ability that costs 20 or more mana. Boys, I already have a build like this that was reliable for 1.0. Using all of the things that we just talked about, and it just got better. I can't wait to go through uniques with you boys. Iron Reflexes now also grants a 2% reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes. Its non-scaling conversion of dodge rating to armor has been moved to a threshold bonus. Molded by the Forge's effects have been replaced. It has been renamed to Master of Arms. What? It now grants 1% parry chance and 3% increased attack speed per point when dual wielding. 2 strength per point with a two-handed weapon, and 6% frailty chance, and 3% reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes with a shield. This was the, where's it molded? Molded. Hello? Forge. What? It should be here, but it's not. I gotta tell him it's not done. Shield Crafter's increased minion health and increased minion armor have been reduced to 40%. Infinite Bulwark's increased armor on potion use now applies to your minions. I mean, bro. A lot of people don't know this interaction, but this was underused a lot, right? Now that this is for minions as well, this armor, a lot of people never really knew this, but Manifest armor did damage based upon his armor. Okay? So when you use the potion and you doubled his armor, and let's say he had 5,000 armor or 6,000 armor, okay? So if he has 6,000 armor, let's just say, right? He has oh, never mind. They modified it. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. Never mind. I'm talking shit. Walls of Solarum has swap names with Ostrix Bane. Its effects now also apply to your minions and has a threshold bonus which grants 1% less fire damage per 10% overcap fire resistance. Flawless Defender now gives 75 armor per point for 50 and no longer has a non-scaling 3% block chance. Lethal Strikes now has a threshold bonus which grants 1% physical fire penetration per 5 strength. Bro, that is a lot of fucking penetration. That's what she said. Avatar of War's effects have been replaced and now grant 8% increased physical and fire damage and 8% increased minion and physical minion fire damage. It now has a threshold bonus which consumes all stacks of Stalwart when you directly use a melee or throwing area skill that costs at least 10 mana, granting the skill 10% increased area per stack consumed. Javelineer now has a threshold bonus which grants 1% throwing critical strike chance per 5 dexterity. That's right. Maybe we can see a Javazon kind of thing. Bolted Steel now also grants 2% increased duration per point of forged weapon, and its non-scaling bonus of +2 max forged weapons have been moved to a threshold bonus. Not losing anything, but gaining a lot. Guardian now grants 10% increased stun chance per point, and grants 8% increased health regen per point. All right, the Void Knight, not a bunch. The first mastery bonus now grants 1% more melee void damage per 3 vitality. It used to just be 75 increased, not scaling. Now we can actually scale. We have a scaler for void damage, boys. We actually have a real scaler for void damage. Eternal Form now also has a threshold bonus which grants 2 health per vitality. All right, now we're going to go through some of the skill changes here. Some of these are heavy. Some of these are very heavy changes. Changes the way a lot of things will work. Bro, there is so fucking much. Okay. So ready to do this. All right, here we go. Primal Assist skill changes. Avalanche base functionality has been reworked. It no longer is a channeled spell by default. It costs 50 mana and creates 1 larger boulder at the target location. 1 large boulder at the target location, followed by 10 smaller boulders around the target area over 2 seconds. It is now always targetable, and the boulders fall within the circle instead of an extended rectangle in front of the player. It has no cooldown. The boulders have a 400% added damage effectiveness from 300, a freeze rate of 80 from 60, and the larger boulders additionally have 100% more damage and 100% more area of effect. Effects which create avalanche boulders create smaller boulders unless stated otherwise. Pummeling now requires rockfall. It now causes large boulders to always create fissure. The fissure it creates now lasts 4 seconds and now has a 200% added damage effectiveness per second with an equivalent base damage. You are now limited to 1 fissure from avalanche at a time. Elemental bonds effects have been changed. Now grants a 34% chance for large boulders to form into cold stone elementals upon impact. You can have a maximum of 9 cold stone elementals. If another would be created beyond the max, it instead fully restores the health and refreshes the decay of the most decayed elemental. That's right. Maybe we can run minions. Cold Stone Elementals deal 50% more damage. Frost Touch now grants 50% chance per point for larger boulders to create frozen ground. The maximum points have been reduced to 2. The radius of the frozen ground has been increased by 47%, and its area is now also affected by all modifiers that affect the area of avalanche boulders. Shatter Shot now grants 10% more hit damage, doubled against frozen enemies. It now requires Frost instead of Frost Touch. Frosted Front now grants 25% increased area per point for frozen ground, and also grants 50% frostbite chance per point to allies on frozen ground, including you. Its maximum points have been increased to 2. Mountain Peak now makes Avalanche a channeled ability. It costs 28 mana per second to channel, and causes 1 larger boulder to fall every 1.5 seconds, along with 5 smaller boulders every second. Naturally Occurring now grants 15 mana efficiency per point, and its maximum points have been reduced from 4 to 3. It now requires Mountain Peak. Precision's effects have been replaced. It now causes the smaller boulders to fall in a 15% reduced area per point for every second spent channeling, up to a max reduction of 60%. It has a maximum of 2 points. Wild Path has been removed altogether. Unyielding Storm's effects have been replaced. When you stop channeling Avalanche, it continues for a duration equal to how long you spent channeling, up to 1.5 seconds per point. It now requires Naturally Occurring from Wild Path. What this means is the old-fashioned, you cast it and just run. Don't work anymore. Hailstorm's effects have been changed. You stop channeling Avalanche. The continued Avalanche occurs around you and follows your movement. Larger boulders will automatically target enemies within 6 meters. Automatically target enemies. That's important. Crater is a new node which requires precision. Every third large boulder creates an earthquake on impact, consuming 90% of Earthquake's mana cost. Dead of Winter now also grants 8% more cold damage per point. Storm Slide now grants added lightning spell damage instead of base damage. This is a buff as added damage effect by damage effectiveness. Heavy Snow has been renamed to Excavation. It now grants 50% increased stun chance, and now also grants larger boulders a 50% chance per point to cast Upheaval towards a nearby enemy upon impact, consuming 80% of its mana cost. It has a maximum points have been reduced to 2, which means there's a 100% chance to cast Upheaval when a large boulder hits an enemy. Your mom makes an earthquake on impact. Stormcaller is a new node which requires a Harsh Winter. Grants avalanche boulders that hit at least one enemy 15% chance per point to grant Storm Stack. Winter Buildup now grants 2 mana costs, or channel costs from 1. Its maximum points have been reduced to 4, and now requires a Harsh Winter. Intensity effects have been replaced. It now grants small boulders a 5% chance per point to be replaced with larger boulders. Snowstorm now grants 1 additional small boulder drop per point, or 7% increased frequency of smaller boulders per point if channeled. It now also adds 3 mana costs per point. Alpine Guide's effects have been changed. It now grants 34% chance per point for large boulder critical strikes to drop a smaller boulder at the same location. So if a big boulder crits, another smaller one will drop. The smaller boulders are allowed to critically strike. This now also grants a +3 base critical strike chance per point. It's big. Absorption is a new node that requires Elemental Bond. When a Coldstone Elemental is hit by a boulder, they regain 100 health per point and gain Frenzy. So you summon these fucking bastards and then you drop fucking avalanches on their head. Lol. Earthquake. So this was a couple bug fixes. Fixed a bug where a Seismic Tide could consume mana while at negative mana. You can't do that anymore. Now, if you are at negative mana, when one of the initial hits from Seismic Tides occurs, that hit will not consume mana, but any remaining subsequent hits will not occur. And then fixed a bug where Snow Crash would trigger while at negative mana. Again, this is all mana. Fury Leap. This is a bug fix. Fixing issue where taking the pack leader node could lead to companions leaping off the map. Never seen it, but that would be pretty fucking hilarious. Gathering Fury. Fix the bug where Gathering Fury's chance to repeat bow abilities could also repeat channeled bow abilities, which could result in 2 channeled abilities occurring simultaneously for as long as the channel is maintained. What? Bow? What? Maelstrom. Cyclone now grants 1% more global physical damage per stack of Maelstrom on you. More. Violent Squall now grants 2% more damage, 200% increased duration, and 200% increased healing from healing winds. But you can still only have 1 stack of Maelstrom. But 200% more damage. Triple the damage, by the way. That's what that means. Sleet-Footed now grants 3% increased dodge rating per point. Gathering Storm has been renamed to Growing Storm. It also grants a 2% chance on any hit to cast Maelstrom using the same cooldown. The Tempestuous Idol affix now grants a chance to cast Maelstrom every 3 seconds. Essence of Debris now grants 8% global increased stun chance per stack. Serpent Strike Venom now has a base damage of 400 instead of 3. Slither now gives a buff granting 10% more dodge rating when you use Serpent Strike and hit at least 1 enemy. This buff's maximum stacks are equivalent to points allocated up to a maximum of 3. Shroud of Winter now causes Slither to grant 1+1 dodge per 1% cold resistance, previously separate and less stacking a buff that gave you +4 dodge per 10 cold res. So this is another buff. Shattered Immunity now gives 1% more Serpent Venom per poison from none. 1% more Serpent Venom damage per Frostbite from none. And 1% more Serpent Venom damage per poison against high health enemies from 2. And 1% more Serpent Venom damage per Frostbite against high health enemies from 2. This used to be only really a bossing node. Now it can be used all the time. Summon Stormcrows. Stormcrows now have 200 base health from 160. Slight buff. Gain 10 health per attunement. Gain 10 health per strength. And 10 health per level. These are buffs all across the board. Avis. Stormcrows now have a 200 base health from 160, gain 10 health per attunement. Sorry. Avis now grants Stormcrows 10% more health per point. Nimbleness now grants 80 dodge rating per point. A lot of dodge. Summon Storm Totem. Press your advantage now gives 10% more critical strike chance against shocked enemies. It was 6. What's up, Braza? Intensity now grants 8%. You know, he's trying to be nice, guys. He's trying to say hello, and you guys are just fucking zoning out. I know this is a lot of info to take in, but this is a big fucking deal. You could barely hear me? Wait, what? Really? Are you trolling? You're serious? How's that? Is that better? I guess my kid was fucking with the microphone. She killed my... I think she fucked with my threshold. I think she fucked with my threshold a little bit. Where was I? Oh, intensity now grants 8% increased mana cost. This was 15. Frostbite now grants 40% chance to inflict frostbite each second. Fullright Core now also grants Storm Totem +1 spell lightning damage per 10% chance to shock attackers. Thunder Totem has been reworked altogether. If you have at least 3 other totems, up to 5 are consumed to instead summon a Thunder Totem, which has 20% more damage, duration, size, and health per totem consumed. Per totem consumed, boys. Per. Does not consume storm totems or thunder totems. So this really only gives us really a couple options. The only really options that we have are upheaval totems, thorn totems, and healing totems. Wait, that's the wrong one. And healing totems. That being said, our thunder totems can consume up to 5 of these others, which basically doubles the damage of the thunder totem. Think about it. Probably Spriggan form would be the best idea for that, because you can create all 5 at the same time. Added a new node, Unmatched Storms. Storm totems can cast storm bolts instead of lightning strikes, but has 80% less cast speed. The storm bolts benefit from your storm totem tree and your gathering storm tree. So this is a double dip here. We can obviously use gathering storm and storm totem tree. So, but specifically, you're going to want to be looking for storm bolt. You're going to be looking. Oops. You're going to want to be specifically looking for storm bolt. Right? If it doesn't have storm bolt in it, it's not any good. Like, for example, like storm bolt repeat chance. That's good. Right? Storm bolts now consume a portion of your mana. That's good. Whenever you expand a storm bolt while dual wielding, you now cast storm bolts at 2 enemies instead of 1. That works. Right? This works. Right? Whenever you expend a storm stack, that's not the same. So be aware of those things. What do you want to know, Braza? I've been playing the game. I've been playing 1.1 for over a month. What do you want to know? You mean in this video is what you're talking about? Is it in this video? I'm going to go over all those uniques in a second. Yeah, I'm going to go over all this shit in a minute. I just got to get to it. Bug fixes where Blizzard did not convert all shock chance to chill chance. Fixed a bug where allocating Blizzard caused exploit weaknesses and press your advantage to no longer provide their effects to lightning storms. And fixed a bug where Storm Rider was only triggered by shocks even when Blizzard was allocated. Yeah, I'll go over all those uniques when we're done with the skills. We had a lot of uniques. We got a lot of uniques to go over. There's 30. Pillars of Rot now only require 1 point in either Venom Tipped Thorns or Winterwood. Impale now requires 2 points in Ancient Power. Gilded Thorns now require 3 points in Oaken Protection. Memoirs of Reterra now has a 4 maximum points, but grants 3 mana per point. And characters with Thorn Totem specialization will get a free skill tree respec. This is because they know how much it's been changed. Summon Wolves now have 220 base health. This is a big gain. And gain 12 health per strength and gain 12 health per level. This is a big. Swarmblade form. Locust Master no longer adds a cooldown to Armblade Slash. It instead completely replaces Armblade Slash with Summon Locutus. As a result, it no longer grants a damage buff when hitting Locust with Armblade Slash. This is a known issue. The Locust Master description still incorrectly mentions the damage buff. This text will be removed in the next subsequent update. Locust Master now requires Wasp Flight instead of Viper's Claw, and Bloodlust Swarms grants Locust 5% increased damage per bleed. Fixed a bug where Locusts converted by Frostbite were not treated as cold minions by Gathering Storm's Friends of the Tempest. This has been fixed. Upheaval Earthbreaker now grants 40% more damage from 30 and now also grants 4% increased stun chance. That's a big deal. Quarry Maker adds 3% mana cost per point from 4, and also grants 8% more damage per point. This is all more modifiers being added to these skills. Warcry base cooldown is now 18 seconds from 10. Oof. 20% of remaining cooldown is now recovered whenever you stun an enemy, including with Warcry itself. This effect can occur a maximum of 2 times a second. Shallow Breath now sets the cooldown to 5 seconds from reducing the 10-second cooldown by 50%, so you can still have it fairly low. Shallow Breath requires Staggering Roar, Eviscerating Howl. Kinetic Scream requires at the starting node from requiring Hastily Advance or Staggering Roar. And Eviscerating Howl requires Kinetic Scream or Shallow Breath. All right, so for the rogue changes now, I think we're almost done after this. So the rogue changes now. Aerial Assault. Plum Daggers now grants Umbral Blades. Hits from the Twilight Strike node, 100% chance to inflict Armor Shred. It was previously 100% chance to inflict Shadow Daggers. This is a nerf, depending on how you look at it. It's a nerf. Rending Barbs now grants 100% chance to inflict bleed on hit with Caltrops per point, and grants your Falcon a 1% bleed chance per 10 dex per point. Its maximum points have been reduced from 4 to 2. Gustborn Guard converts the health gain from Healing Gust to Ward at 50% reduced effect. Storm on the Horizon now removes the traversal and movement tags. Some bug fixes. Fix the bug where Rending Barbs bleed chance buffs for the Falcon lasted for 5 seconds. It now lasts for only 4, as it was supposed to. And fix tags and description inconsistencies with Aerial Assault. Acid Flasks. I know you guys are wondering, are we going to have Poison Cock? Are we going to have Poison Concoction in Last Epoch? Quick Draw now grants 6% increased throwing speed per point, up from 5, and its maximum points have been reduced from 5 to 4. Alchemical Proficiency now also grants 3%. Excuse me. 3% more damage per point. Explosive Flask now only requires 3 points in Alchemical Proficiency. And Cluster Bomb now grants 50% increased mana cost as opposed to 100. So that's good. I don't know if it's enough to say we got Poison Concoction, but Ballista. Arm Construction now grants the explosion 1% more damage per dexterity instead of 2. That's a big nerf. Care Package now only drops its potions over time if the Ballista has hit an enemy. Oof, there was no just dropping it and collecting potions. Now it actually has to hit something. Cinder Strike. Melee Cinder Strike's first strike no longer attempts to auto-aim at nearby enemies. Inferno now grants 8% more damage per point and 2 added fire damage per point. Overexertion now grants 20 added mana cost. It was just 30. This is a big buff. And now also grants 30% more damage. This is a big buff. Reduce it mana cost by 10 makes it more manageable to actually scale Overexertion. Overexertion was a very difficult node to just live in. It really just kind of it used to be far too expensive. But now it's viable. Tireless now grants 20% mana efficiency per point from 12. That's good. And its maximum points have been reduced from 5 to 3. Flame Alchemist now grants 25% chance to throw Volatile Flask when Cinder Strike first attacks hit at least one enemy. This was previously 15% chance for the first attack. This is a big buff. Its maximum points have been increased from 1 to 2. So what that means, we have a 50% chance now to throw a Volatile Flask. We still have the multipliers for them. And of course, we still have throwing fire damage down here per oil coating. Dancing Strikes. Grievous Wounds is now spelled correctly and grants 25% bleed chance per point. It's up from 10. Silent Death now also grants 100% poison resistance shred chance per point. Deadly Waltz now grants 25% physical resistance shred from 10. per point, and its maximum points have been increased from 3 to 4. Hidden Blades now grant a 50% chance to use Shadow Cascade on the first strike, from a 10% chance on any strike. This makes it significantly more viable because you don't have to sit there and continually cast it all the time. Its maximum points have been increased to 2 from 1, which now means you get a 100% chance to use Shadow Cascade on the first strike. That's very big. Graceful Arena now grants a 4% global more damage per point to you and your allies in the arena. This was a 25% increase, and a 2 less damage taken per point for you and your allies in the arena. It's doubled for yourself. It's a lot. Its maximum points have been increased from 4 to 5. Rhythm now grants 3% more global damage per rhythm stack. This is additive with perfect choreography, but multiplicative with other modifiers. Detonating Arrow. Lightning tendrils can no longer hit enemies that were hit by the explosion which caused the lightning tendrils. Rip. No double dipping anymore. Copper Dust Arrows debuff can no longer stack. Rip. Arrow of Delays movement speed debuff has been reduced to 4% from 12. That's good. And its description has been updated to clarify that it stacks from each additional arrow attached. Thundersteel Arrow now gives 50% more damage instead of 30. Infused Discharge now grants 2% more damage per mana consumed from 1%. And a couple big bug fixes here. Fix the bug where Beast Slayer's Arrow more explosion hit damage per second spent arming was applied to multiple enemies if you hit multiple enemies at once with Detonating Arrow, such as when using Gelcor's Knife. Wasn't supposed to happen. Fixed a bug where Thundersteel's Arrow benefit could apply to indirect casts. Its description has been updated to be more clear that it only applies to direct casts. Fixed a bug where Thundersteel's Arrow's more damage was not applying to the initial arrow. That was always sad. Dive Bomb. Okay, here we go. How bad did he decimate my girl? Dive Bomb's base damage and damage effectiveness are now 140 and 700% as opposed to 170 and 850. That is kind of a nerve. Yeah, Braza, I'm gonna go over all of the uniques after this. I'm gonna go over all the uniques, including other things that you see there. I'm not ignoring you, but I keep saying it. I'm gonna go over all the uniques when we're done. Explosive Trap. Smoke Trap's chance to grant Dust Crowd per second spent arming is now 30%. Smoke Trap now requires that the trap hit at least one enemy in order for its effect to occur. It's kind of a rip, but that's okay. Sky Signal now grants 2% elemental. Do you hear me? I don't know if you actually hear what I said. I just want to make sure you hear what I said. That's all. Okay. No, I was talking to Braza. I just want to make sure that he heard me. That's all. Oh, okay. All right. It can now be triggered up to 15 times every 3 seconds. This used to be no limit. Your sound is fine. Okay, thanks. Fixed a bug where traps triggered. Yeah, I remember this. But this was already fixed. But whatever. Fixed a bug where traps triggered to explode by exceeding the maximum active trap limit had unintentionally high chance to trigger gaining Dust Shroud from Smoke Trap Stowed. This is expected to significantly reduce the amount of Dust Shroud shacks gained in typical use cases. Falconry. The Falcon deals 14% less damage. Well, there you go. GG. Rending Talons now grants 25% of your chance to bleed, poison, shred resistance, and slow on your Falcon per point from 50. That's another nerf. Falconry now has the throwing minion tag. That's actually a buff. Go for the Eyes has been reworked. Your critical strike chance modifiers also apply to your Falcon at 75% effectiveness. Previously, it was only applying the each type of increased critical strike chance to each type of additional critical strike chance, and then picking the highest total value among the 3. Yeah, that was really unnecessary. It just critical strike chance modifiers apply to your Falcon. It's so much easier to do. This was super unnecessary. Avian Arsenal now has a maximum of 5 stacks from 10. Straight nerf. Straight to the ground. Straight to the ground. Straight to the ground. Nerf, nerf, nerf. Flurry. Boundless blows no longer prevent mana regeneration while channeling. Channel cost is now 13 from 5. Of course, they added the standard 8. Vile Tactics. First strike, poison chance. Second strike, bleed chance. And third strike, poison resistance. Shred chance and physical resistance shred are now 20%. That's a buff. Incision now grants 50% additive critical strike multiplier per point. Or, well, of course, it's critical strike multiplier. Deep Strikes now grants 10% more damage. Giant Slayer now causes Adrenaline Rush. This is for Flurry, by the way. The bow skill, well, I guess, or melee skill. Giant Slayer now causes Adrenaline Rush to grant 15% more damage to bosses and rare enemies. This is up from 10. That's a big buff. All right, here we go. Fixed a bug where Flurry with Boundless Blows could attack faster than intended at higher latency. Rip. Fixed a bug with Bow Gathering Fury, which is what I knew. This is another one where its chance to repeat bow abilities could also repeat channeled bow abilities, which could result in 2 channels occurring simultaneously for as long as the channel is maintained. Goodbye, Flurry multi-shots bug. It's out to the pasture getting shot as we speak. Hail of Arrow. Endless Barrage no longer prevents mana regeneration while channeling. Channel cost is now 23. Lethal Mirage just had a couple bug fixes. Fixed the bug where Sundering Blows and Rive were still basing their effects around bleed instead of shock when Lethal Mirage had a majority of its base damage converted to lightning. Fixed a bug where Illusionary Edge and Wounding Ambush were not respecting lightning conversions from Fulgurite Shards. Really? I didn't actually ever notice that. Multi-shot. Added damage now applies at 120% effectiveness. This is actually more than what it was. That's what I thought, right? They must have copy pasted it. I think they fucked it up. It's all right. They're allowed to make mistakes. They're a small team. Keep Pushing Him Around's knockback effect has a 100% chance, but has a 2-second cooldown and requires direct use. Now, this is still very useful because what you can still do is you could still have multi-shot be triggered from Flurry, and then when you want to knock them back, you just manually cast multi-shot, which means you can still actually use this node. It's not a rip. Won't Back Down now has a maximum of 3 arrows fired when out of mana. This used to be just 1. That's big, because it was really useless. Pincushions effects have been replaced and now grant 10% physical penetration per point. Toxic Gift no longer makes multi-shot unable to inflict slow. Strong Pull grants 60% more damage from 55% more hit damage, but now only applies to direct uses. This is just 60% more damage, not just the hit damage from the bow attaching. It's big. And Giant Slayer had its stun chance reduced to 500. Stand My Ground grants 12% more damage if you haven't moved in the past second. Large Quivers grants plus 3 mana cost per point. Efficient Draw grants 12 mana efficiency per point. No Easy Way Out grants 25% chance to slow on hit per point. And now also grants 25% chance to inflict bleed per point. Hit and Run grants 50% chance per point to gain haste. Point Blank's description has been updated to clarify that it loses damage steadily as it travels, falling to its maximum damage loss at 22 units. Back-to-Back now doubles every 6th attack from every 8th, but only applies to direct uses. Oof. Never mind about the Flurry multi-shot. That's a lot of fucking direct only. Repeater Bow reduces the number of attacks needed for back-to-back from 1 to 2, but now also grants 3% more damage. Heavy Arrows now also grants 10% chance to inflict armor shred per arrow. For every arrow that would be fired, counting arrows before the limit is applied. And there's a couple bug fixes. Hang Loose's chance to gain haste occurred once per arrow instead of once per multi-shot use. Yeah, I don't think that was supposed to happen. and fix several bugs with point blank, which caused it to lose more damage than intended at very long distances. It caused its damage multiplier to be additive with the bonuses from Stand My Ground, and it causes to lose less damage than intended with the increased projectile speed. Trapper's Crescendo now grants 1% more damage per 1% dodge chance. Obviously, we can get very high on dodge chance, but we can't get above 85. So that means the most we're going to be able to get is 85% more damage, which is a lot. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. 85% more damage is a lot of fucking damage. This is still better, but whatever. Efficient Toxins causes enemy. This is for puncture. Causes the enemy to take 12% increased damage over time. This is an increase. With 25% chance to apply on hit per point. Death's Imprint chance to inflict Shadow Daggers is now doubled for direct uses of puncture. Yo. Duke? Oh, wait. Well, yeah, you kind of did. Well, you had a puncture build before. They doubled the chance for Shadow Daggers on direct use, which means 200% chance to apply Shadow Daggers, which means you only need to attack twice now to have the Shadow Dagger proc. That's pretty big. You only need to attack twice to have a full-blown Shadow Dagger pop. That's a lot of fucking Shadow Daggers, bro. That's literally doubling the speed that Shadow Daggers happen. Punk Shadow Dagger, yeah. Shadow Cascade, Hurricane of Blades no longer prevents mana regeneration while channeling. Oh, right. Smoke Bomb, you are now limited to a maximum of 2 Smoke Bombs active at once. This is typically only relevant if Cloaked Incursion is allocated and you're utilizing sources of cooldown reduction. Sync Strike, this is just a bug fix. Fixed a bug that stops Sync Strike from animation partway through if the player was stunned mid-cast, which is so stupid. Blades. Cacophony of Steel's Bladestorm now receives 40% less chance to inflict Shadow Daggers from Lethal Darkness. Backstab now grants 20% more recalled blade damage. Bloody Trail now grants 10% more recalled blade hit damage per slow. And the bug fix where recalled blades did not receive Emerald Blades baseline 4% less damage to apply ailments on hit. Sentinel skill changes, boys. I do believe this is the last one. Yeah, because we already went over the Acolyte. Yep, this is it. All right, here we go. Buckle it down, boys. Here we go. Temporal for Anomaly. Temporal Prison now grants 10% increased time lock duration per point. This was 25. That's a nerf. Time lock now also adds 8 seconds to Anomaly's cooldown. Okay. Bug fixes for Racing Strike. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna skip the bug fixes because a lot of these are already out in 1.0. But Forge Strike. Temper now grants +4 melee fire damage per point. This was 10. Ouch. And now also grants 10% more fire damage per point. Kind of makes up for it. It's kind of a wash. Anvil Blows no longer grants 15 physical damage to Forge Strike. It now grants 20% less attack speed and 50% more physical damage when directly used. Reinforced Weapon now grants 4% global more damage per point if you have used Forge Strike recently from 20% increased. Rending Descent now also grants Forge Strike 5% increased armor shred duration and effect per point. Forge Master now has 30% chance to convert weapons to Great Axes. This used to be 20, and Great Axes fucking are badass. With 100% increased area, not just 50 anymore, 100% increased area and 20% more damage, but 10% less attack speed. That's okay, because as long as we spend at least 20 mana, we can get more than all of that back. Detonating Ground has 30% chance to ignite chance from 150. Ignited Ground now grants Detonating Ground 100% ignite chance and increases ignite duration. Lava Burn now grants Detonating Ground 4% more hit damage per point. Forged Weapons now have a base health of 350, up from 220. That is huge. Their attacks now have a base damage of 2 instead of 18. Wow. Where's the LE Dev in my chat so you can petition for this? The only LE Dev I would ever have in my chat was either Muffin I had Photon. I had Photon, Muffin, and Rymar. But Rymar is EU, so he's not on right now. He's done with work for the day. Their attacks now have a base damage of 2 instead of 18, but they deal 4.1% more damage. These damage changes are intended to reduce their power in the early game while preserving or buffing their damage in the end game, raising the relevant impact of your weapon for their power. What this means now is it really fucking matters what weapon you're using. You can no longer just use some shit. You have to scale for the forged weapon. Lemonade. Let's go. Hammer Throw. Disintegrating Aura now grants 8 mana costs from 12, and its damage and damage effectiveness have been increased to 8. Okay. Rapid Disintegration maximum points have been reduced from 6 to 4. When fully invested into Disintegrating Aura and Rapid Disintegration, the Disintegrating Aura now deals 28% more damage than before. It's a buff. Nice. Healing Hands. Unbroken Prayer no longer states that it prevents mana regeneration while channeling. It did not actually prevent regeneration, but now you know. Healing Hands base upfront healing is now 50. It used to be just 100. Divine Barrier now converts 20% of Healing Hands healing to ward. It used to be 100. Urgent Healing now grants plus 20 upfront healing. It used to be 35. All nerfs. All nerfs. Javelin. If you have a spear equipped, added melee damage from the spear applies to the javelin as added throwing damage at 50% of its normal value. It used to be just 30. Boys, that's very big. That's very big for our Javazon. Strategic Patience now grants 60% more damage from 50 and 20% less attack speed from 25. Divine Fury now grants plus 2 mana cost from 4. Serrated Javelin now grants 30% chance to shred armor from 20. Judgment. Consecrated Ground now has a damage effectiveness per second of 375%, as opposed to the 225. Yeah, sure, just give it 150%, why not? With an equivalent base damage per second. Flaming Soul grants 35% more consecrated down damage from 25. Purifying Flames grants 30% more consecrated ground damage from 15. Lingering Force grants 15% increased duration of consecrated ground from 12. And Pious Offering grants 1% more damage per 2 mana. It's a mana stacking league, I'm telling you, boys. Fixed Lunge, sometimes freezing the character. I remember that. Manifest Armor. Heated Metal now grants 40% ignite chance per point from 25. Burning Armor now also grants 10% more fire damage per point. Redistributed steel now grants 50% more damage and 6% less armor per point, from 25% more damage and 8% less armor and 8% less health. That is a big buff. The Whirlwind Strike ability now has a 300% added damage effectiveness from 60 and a 4-second cooldown from 10. Wow. Laceration now has a base damage equal to 200% of your added melee damage. Indomitable Enemy Energy Wave now has a base damage and damage effectiveness of 30 and 150 from 20 and 100. This is all fucking buffs. Focus Strike now requires 3 points in concentration from 4, and now grants double critical strike chance for the third strike from a guaranteed critical strike. It now also grants 50% critical strike multiplier for this third strike. That is actually, I think, a buff. This is... Flame Drinker now has a maximum stacks of 20. There used to be no maximum. Shield Rush bug. Bro, there's some uniques I can't wait to fucking show you guys. Shield Throw. Heavy Shield now grants 6 throwing damage. That's a buff. Sharpened Rim now grants 2% critical strike chance. +1 or +2 instead of 1. Avenger's Wrath now grants 2% critical strike multiplier per 100 block effectiveness. And Shield Barrage now grants 25% less damage from 30. It's a little slight nerf. Shield Bash. Base cooldown is now 18 seconds from 10. 20% of remaining cooldown is now recovered whenever you stun an enemy, including with Shield Bash itself. This effect can occur a maximum of 2 times per second. Added node of Indomitable Force connected to the Cutting Edge and Flurry of Blows. It grants +1 melee damage per 40 block effectiveness per point. Flurry of Blows now grants 9 mana cost from 25. Iron Arms now grants 1% more physical damage per 4 strength. And it no longer has increased mana cost. Serrating Strikes now grants 50% increased mana cost per point. Concussive attacks maximum points have been reduced from 5 to 3. Invigoration has been replaced with High Impact, which grants 8% more damage per point, maximum of 5 points. Wow. Daze now grants 12% increased stun duration. Conjurer now has a 100% chance to cause one enemy to drop a potion if a Shield Bash has a cooldown. Steel Coating now grants +9 melee physical damage from 6. The Keen Effect this is for Smite. The Keen Effect for Adorn Riot Idols now grants 10 to 25% chance to trigger Smite on throwing hits. Let's give it up. Let's give it up for the dev for finally figuring it out. Guys, the best you could get was 9s. Which means the best you could have was a 36% chance to cast Smite on a throwing hit. 36% chance. You can use just now 2 of these and have a 50% chance to cast Smite. You could finally use other fucking idols with you could finally use fucking more than just the 4 square idols for cast Smite on a throwing hit. Void Beam subskill. All sources of Void Beams cast by the player, such as from a Racing Strike or Shield Rush, now have added damage effectiveness per second of 300% with an equivalent damage value, base damage value. It's always 300 now. It was usually 100, 125, or 300, depending on the source. It's always 300 now. Warpath. Warpath no longer prevents mana regeneration, but the channel skill is now 18. Gorebringer's increased bleed duration is now converted to Ignite or Time Rot if Warpath is converted to Fire or Void, respectively. Fixed a bug where the double if using two-handed weapon or doubled if dual wielding effects on Void Spiral and Whirling Steel did not work. That was the major changes. Let's see if they have the uniques listed here, or I have to go and get them for you. All right, general changes. Boots have pretty much all had their move speed increased. One implicit changes. Hey, Bob. You can get Ornate Wands grants 3 to 4 spell mana cost. So these used to be only 3. Now you can actually get -4 or -5 with Crystal, Profane, and Dragon Horns. So -5 spell cost. That is very, 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 very big. Hi.
Glasses.
Your glasses?
The last time I remember wearing them was in your car.
You like your sunglasses or your reading glasses? I don't know, baby. Moonstaff is same thing here. The same kind of changes. Up to -5 with the Temple and Abyssal. The Moonstaff will give you up to -4. Affix value changes for armor. They have buffed the armor values. Gain on block. They have buffed the health gain on blocks significantly. Bubba? No? Block chances have been slightly buffed. T6 and C7 for block effectiveness, again, buffed. Dodge ratings have been buffed significantly. Added health has been slightly buffed. Added mana has been buffed. Added melee damage, cold fire, lightning, physical void, again, buffed. Stud avoidance, buffed. Added, they're all buffed. I don't think anything's not buffed. Spell damage for swords, buffed. Chance to bleed, blind, chill, whatever, right? Chances to do all this shit, right? Buffed. Health regen. It could be a cosmetic they put in the wrong place. Maybe. Added health regen. Buffed. Increased armor. Buffed. Dodge rating. Buffed. Health. Increased health. Buff. Slight buff. Increased mana regen. Buff. Melee damage. Buffed. Significant buff. Intel, vitality, dexterity, strength, and attunement. Buffed. Reflective damage. Very buffed. Grants up to 100% as opposed to 50. Thorns, again, doubled. Very buffed. Endurance, buffed. Added bow damage. You guessed it, buffed. Hybrid stun and health. You guessed it again, buffed. They're all buffed, everything. Mana and mana regen. This has been changed, okay? These are, so let me go over these real quick. Experimental dodge rating and endurance threshold. These are buffed, but they're hybrid FXs. Hi, baby. You don't get no money. Get out of here, bro. What are you, your mom? All right, thanks for the money. Mana and regen can no longer roll on scepters. It's exclusively only to wands. Again, this is buffed. Wait, no. This was a nerf. I'm sorry. This was a nerf. It's now 36 to 42 as opposed to 46 to 55. This is a nerf. Because mana. They want to make it more difficult for mana because of the changes to channeling. Experimental volatile zombies on potion use. This is buffed. You can get this is a nerf. 6 was too many, so they're nerfing it down to a maximum of 4. Experimental mana on potion use. Again, this is one of those things that they wanted to reduce because they don't want to have too many options. They understand that channeling mana gain now is going to be difficult. So they didn't want to give us too many options here. Mana regen for 4 seconds on potion use. This has been buffed. But I think this is the only thing for mana that was buffed. Freeze rates, these have been nerfed. Experimental traversal cooldown, this is a nerf. Finding potions has been buffed. Bow and crit and attack speeds, these are nerfed. Yeah, these are nerfed. That was that hybrid one, but it's only nerfed for the it's the 1 through 4 is the same. 1 through 4 is the same. Unique items. Okay, here we go. Nal's Tooth, which converts all of your dogs to raptors. Razorfall, Sword Catcher. We'll go over all these. I've worked with actually I've worked with all of these. Bastion of Honor. Well, let's see. Let's see what if they put it in the patch. I can go over it, I guess. Bastion of Honor, the effective level for legendary potential is now 75. It used to be 90. Boulder's Wrath, effective legendary potential. These are just dumb shit. Bloodkeeper's Nest causes minions to leech 4% of physical. Blood Roost, those are the gloves for the fucking rogue. Cleaver Solution no longer has a 6 to 16 more damage to bleeding enemies, so it's really not all that useful unless you're just using it for ward. Cradle Erased, Diopters, Bloody Nibs, effectively, it's all bullshit. Frostbite Shackles now grants 1% ward retention per 2 uncapped cold resistance. It used to be 1 for 1, so very nerfed. Half of the amount of ward retention. Gamber's Fallacy and Soul Gamber's Fallacy. Obviously, the crit chance no longer applies to channeled skills. It used to be taken advantage of, not anymore. Yeah, they would. Yeah, fucking Christ, bro. That last season, oh my god, I needed those gloves to test shit. I'm like, bro, I'm never gonna see these fucking things. Emily's Ablation, 2 spell damage. Gelcor's Blast Knights, 48 to 65 melee damage. For directly used detonating arrow, it previously did not require direct use, so now you must use it. So that kind of takes away a couple different builds. Last Laugh instantly kills enemies that are left below 15 to 20% health. It's a nerf. It used to be 15 to 25. Basically, skipping the last 25% of an enemy's health was insane. Lethal Concentration, Nightbringer, Ostracon, Silverfont, Snowblind, Snowdrift, it's a nerf. Talons of Valor. Chance to cast Abyss Echoes on melee kill also be triggered by hitting a boss or rare enemy with a melee attack. That is a buff. Wings of Argentist is brought down to 90 instead of 115. Wraithlord's Harbor. Wraithlord can now consume up to 5 minions within a single cast from an unlimited amount. So this was the nerf. Wraithlord Stygian Beams now has a base damage effectiveness of 40 and 200 from 70 to 350. This was the nerf. So this is Gazzy's version of it is still good, but the other version that people were running that just no good. Baby, what Yeah, you got paper. Wrong orbit now time locks enemies within 4 meters of your destination. It used to be 8 meters. It was really OP. Bosses are no longer time locked. It's now just bosses are slowed. Wrong warp grants 5 to 10% increased cooldown recovery speed for teleport and transplant. It used to be 35 to 55. It was really bad. Enemies balance. I don't think you guys necessarily care about all this shit. MTX weapons. They added some MTX cosmetics. Again, I don't think you guys care about that shit. Sound effects. They've added some new sound effects. They added a lot of new musics. Visual effects. They updated a lot of small visual effects. Nothing. It wasn't like they reworked the whole fucking game, but there are some visual effects. They added some animations within classes, bug fixes, controls, UI, campaign, multiplayer stuff. This is stuff I think they've already released in the past. Small bug improvements. Okay. Let's see what we get here. Okay, so one of the new helmets here is the Seed of Icadastril, or Ikidrasil. This is a unique helmet, obviously. We don't, well, I think he's just not listening. So if he's not listening, I'm not going to say it. So that's just how this works, okay? It's, we don't know where it's obtained from yet, okay? I mean, we know, but we're just, I don't think we're allowed to say it, so we're just not saying it. This adds 130 armor. It gives you a base of 40 to 64 mana. It has 8 to 20% increased mana regeneration, and the damage dealt to mana before health. Endurance applies to all damage dealt to mana. Maximum health gained as endurance threshold, flat health, and a chance to take 0 damage when hit. So that's one of the new helms. Obviously, it's, or I should say, that's the new helm. So yeah, that's the new helm. I think he had. Wait, did he not have? Let's see, new items. There we go. There we go. So we'll just do it this way. We got Egg of the Forgotten. This can be replaced with a unique item that lacks both legendary potential and Weaver's Will. This is not an actual item that you pick up. This is an item that you trade in on the Nemesis. You have Uran's Penance, which is 22 melee damage. 2 to 4 cold damage is leached as health. 100% of Mana Strike base damage is converted to cold. 100% of Fury Leap's base damage is converted to cold. And that may sound weird because you got Fury Leap and you got Mana Strike. And 22 to 46% chance to apply Chill on melee, as well as freeze rate per stack of Chill, and up to 34% cold penetration. Now, like I said, obviously this is a little weird because it's got for Mana Strike and Fury Leap, which is one is for Primalist and one's for the Mage. Clearly, this is a weapon meant to be used between the two interchangeably. You have Fingers of the Phantom Mire, which is 28 armor, increased mana regen. This is a very low-level weapon, or glove, so is this. Evade is replaced by Terrify. So this is one of the uniques that you actually, your evade is no longer dodge roll. You do something else called Terrify. You do more damage to feared enemies. As you can imagine, your dodge roll is going to be fearing them. And you have Swiftness. And Swiftness grants increased movement speed based on your character level. It's a generic ailment that just stays on you all the time. Increased attack speed, increased cast speed, chance to slow attackers, and you are completely immune to slow. Slow, not other things that may slow you, like chill. Polaris' Sacred Light, plus 22 melee damage, plus 1 melee damage per 2 attunement, and plus 1 spell damage per 2 strength. Obviously, this is good across many classes, but you could figure out where you want to put it. There's a 46% chance to cast Smite on any melee hit up to 3 times per second. Chance to cast Smite at 2 additional targets when you cast it directly. This gives you plus 2 to all attributes. You have the Flight. You have the Flight of the Quatarzri, whatever. Another low level or item. Gives you +1 to your evade charge, so have a total of 3 now. Increased cooldown recovery speed for evade, so you'll have lots of evades. Increased cooldown recovery for recovery speed for Fury Leap, and you have 1.4 to 1.9 seconds of haste after you use evade. You also have 1.4 to 1.9 seconds of haste after you use a traversal skill. So anytime you use a traversal skill or anytime you use evade, you're going to get haste. And you have the increased haste effect. You have the Phantom Grip, which is probably going to be used in one of my builds, which is an increased critical strike ring. It's a copper ring, unique copper ring. +1 or 2 to minion skills, +1 or 2 base critical strike chance for you, +2 to 4 base critical strike chance for your minions, 4 to 8% increased mana, +4 to 8 melee necrotic damage for forged weapons, and up to 25% increased forged weapon duration. And the stats on your gloves apply to your forged weapon at up to 100% effectiveness. So wearing this ring allows your forged weapons to use your gloves. This one's just funny. The Carnicization of Momentum. Your evade is replaced by Summon Crab. That's right. That's right, boys. We're summoning fucking crabs. We're under the sea. Okay, we're summoning fucking crabs. You have swiftness. You have 30% increase, up to 30% increased armor, increased 30% minion armor, and 3 to 6 to all attributes. You have Orion's Sun Seal, which is a unique gold ring, which is giving you Elirez. This gives you +2 to Sigils of Hope, 12 seconds duration for Sigils of Hope. Yeah, you're there, right. 25% increased healing effectives and 15% increased armor. Every 10 seconds, if you are above half mana, you cast Sigils of Hope and use 70 to 80% of its mana cost. Finally, a way to automate Sigils of Hope. It was terrible. I hated fucking having to recast that shit over and over again. It was absolutely fucking bonkers. Traitor's Tongue. This is a unique Chris, 25 melee damage, up to 65% critical strike multiplier. That is not a little number. 13% parry chance with Traitor's Tongue if you have it in your main hand. 13% critical strike base chance if it's in your offhand. However, this is a dagger. It can only be used in the offhand by a rogue. So, that being said, you can use this on any class that you wanted to in your main hand, but in the offhand, it can only be used by a rogue, for now at least. You have +2 to dexterity skills, +2 to intelligence skills, and 18% increased melee attack speed. Cruelty, +2 levels to sacrifice. Minions are automatically sacrificed after 2 seconds. If you have any mana, then 53 to 89% of sacrifice mana cost is consumed. Otherwise, this cast of sacrifice deals 80% less damage. Meaning if you don't have the mana, it'll still do it, but it won't do much damage. You have increased movement speed, increased minion movement speed, and your minions cannot be stunned, and you have a big-ass mana pool gain of up to 83. You have Grim Constitution. This one's going to be kind of fun here. 25% block chance, up to 800 block effectiveness. You cannot gain ward while in combat, but up to 155% of your max health is gained as ward decay threshold. Okay, let me read it again. 155% of your max health. So let's say you were able to get like, I don't know, like we'll just make it easy. We'll say you had like 100 health, right? You would have 155% ward decay threshold, right? If you had 1,000 health, you'd have 1,055 or 1,550 ward decay threshold, right? And you 55% of max health gained as a ward per second. So what this means is in combat, you won't gain ward. But before you start combat, you can have a big-ass fucking boost of ward. Interesting approach. Interesting approach. Tribo Electra. This is spell damage. It's a unique Siren Ron. Increased cast speed and 3 to 4 mana cost for spell skills. This is +3 to level of lightning spell skills. Up to 5 tendrils with static orb. 115 increased shock duration. Weapon.
Step.
What?
Step.
Hang on. I'm being. Wait.
Sit down.
Oh, chili dogs, babe. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? You're gonna hate it tonight. He said, "I'm gonna be working tonight." You didn't hear that, Duke. When you use evade, you cast static orb for 90% of its mana cost. When you evade, you transfer all stacks of shock on you to nearby enemies. The duration of shock applied to the enemies is the full duration of shock you would normally apply. And a 35% increased cooldown recovery for evade. Bro, she made me some serious fucking chili dogs, bro. These are like no joke chili dogs. This one I'm most excited about. Flames of Midnight. Ward Decay Threshold. Evade is replaced by Spirit Step. It's basically just like a blink. You have Swiftness. When you directly use a Fire Necrotic Void skill, you create a Wandering Spirit near the target location. Ward gained each second per active Wandering Spirit is up to 7. And you have 100% of Wandering Spirit's base damage is converted to fire. And you also have Fire Necrotic and Void Penetration. Now, chat, please tell me, what is this item? You see this right here, right? What is this item? If there's block chance and block effectiveness, what is this item? There's block chance and block effectiveness. What is this item? What is it? Somebody, please, chat. Anybody. What is this item if it has block chance and block effectiveness? Somebody's got to know. Chat's not participating. Duke, you don't count, Duke. It's an axe. But it's a shield. It has shield properties, but it's an axe. We can dual wield shields, boys. Creed would be very happy if he was here. I know he's still on deployment, but Creed would be very happy if he was here. Plus 25 melee damage, plus 10 block chance, up to 425 block effectiveness. Health gain on block, endurance, melee damage for shield bash, melee damage for shield rush, 40% increased block effectiveness, 5% reduced movement speed. However, the sad part is that only the Primalist can dual wield with an axe. But that being said, you can absolutely hold an axe as a sentinel and a regular shield. And let me tell you, it looks as dumb as it sounds. Plague Dragon's Tongue, 107 melee damage, plus up to 7 critical strike chance, melee critical strike chance, and 75% fire resistance. This will cap your fire res. Chance to summon a Locust on hit with Serpent Strike, up to 7 maximum Locust. Increased melee damage attacks and increased melee attack speed up to 47%. Increase attack, cast, and movement speed for Locust. Physical melee damage up to 105. Boys, 107 plus 105 is 212. Okay? That's 212 melee damage as long as you're doing physical. If you're not doing physical melee damage, then obviously that doesn't matter. But if you're doing physical melee damage, that's 212. That's a lot. And then melee damage for Locust, and then up to 5 levels on your poison skills. Now's Tooth, which I was really excited about. It gives you 17 melee damage for you and your minions, and increased movement speed for you and your minions. It's +2 to minions melee skills and +2 to minion melee skills. You can summon raptors up to your companion limit. So if you can have 7 companions, you can have 7 raptors. Abroth's command. Void Cleave is now a instant skill and no longer a movement skill. Void Cleave no longer has a weapon requirement. Ravaging Aura is created by Void Cleave. Lasts an additional 6 to 12 seconds. Increased damage over time, increased area for area skills, and Void Pen. Celestial Doom, which is kind of cool. Up to 57% of mana spent gained as maximum mana for up to 5 seconds. Up to 500. So yes, spending mana gains you mana. You cast Doom Pulse when you directly cast a cold, fire, lightning, necrotic, or void spell. There's a 4-second cooldown for each spell type. Spell damage per 10 max mana. Obviously, they can get very high mana. Critical strike multiplier per 1% increase mana regen for Doom Pulse. Void spell damage, increase cast speed, ward decay threshold, and wards per second. Sword Catcher adds a large parry chance, gives you up to 6 levels in your melee skills, 39 melee damage for you and your minions, and a 1% chance, one chance on parry to restore you and a random minion to full health. So when you parry, you'll have a chance to heal you and your minion to full health, which is fucking super fucking weird. What's up, amigos? And then melee damage while you have Frenzy, and then increase effects of Frenzy on you. And then the Black Blade of Chaos, which is, I believe, Brazza, I believe this is what you were talking about. It just looks different. Lethal Mirage no longer grants invulnerability, but has a much quicker attack. 24% of Lethal Mirage remaining cooldown recovered on melee hit, up to 12 times, which basically means you could stay in Lethal Mirage for quite some time. Gives dexterity, lightning penetration per 5 dexterity, void penetration per 5 dexterity, lightning melee damage, void melee damage, chance to apply shock on hit, chance to apply time rot on hit. And then we have some other ones here. We got Razor Fall Boots, which is throwing skills and dexterity. This is more so for the rogue using aerial assault. We have Stealth, which adds an evade charge, and enemies put you in a lower priority compared to your minions and other allies. So if you wear this when you're playing with your friends, it'll fuck your friends because they won't attack you. Event Horizon, up to 72% penetration against all resistances with melee damage. And yes, when I read this, it's going to sound stupid. When you use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy, you gain a stack of Dilation. You have 15% more melee damage per stack of Dilation, up to 10 stacks. So this is up to 150% more. Can you check sprinklers for Planter? Doesn't look like it's going off. I could check to see if it went off last night. But you also get 5% less movement speed and attack speed and cast speed per stack of Dilation. So the only way to purge that thing so that you can move again would be all stacks of Dilation are lost when you use Evade. We have the Nihilus, which is +2 to all skills, increased mana gen, more armor, all resistances, current health and ward are lost when you use Evade, and up to 4 seconds of Frenzy after you use Evade. This is a significantly better version than what we already had available, I think, but whatever. We have the Null Portent, which is basically 1% less damage taken per 2% resistance above the normal resistance cap, up to 20% less damage taken. This gives you a significant amount of damage reduction, but still gives you very good increased health and leech rate. And well, you get overkill damage leeches health as well, and melee damage leeches health. So I think this is a significantly better than this bullshit Wings of Argentis fucking garbage. And then we have the Bane of Winter, which is up to 42% chance to cast Void Winter Bolts when you hit an enemy with a javelin or melee attack. 1 Void Winter Bolt increase critical strike multiplier per 10 uncapped chill chance with melee attacks. Void Winter Bolt damage per 10 uncapped Time Rot. And then we take 100% of cold damage as physical, and void melee damage, which means any cold damage we take as physical. With our armor can handle that. You get plus the void melee, cold melee, and you also get 42% of added melee damage applied as a added spell damage to cold and void spells. Look out for Duke for that one. Scales of Lemniscate, whatever. This is a minion axe. Increase minion damage, increase minion health. Health, you can only control one shade. Dread Shade has a 30% increase buff effect and a 25% increase health decay. But you can nullify that, of course. 200% chance to apply frailty and slow to nearby enemies every second for Infernal Shade. Casting Infernal Shade grants your minions damage immunity for 3 seconds. Maybe. The only class that scales dexterity and attunement is the Forge Guard, by the way. In case you didn't know that. That's why it works in cohesion with Javelin. Just letting you know. I know you've been working with it, so. The inevitable. I am inevitable. Increased movement speed. Slow and chill immunity. Vitality. You cannot be stunned while using a racing strike. Less damage taken while using a racing strike. And health gained on kill. We already went over the seed. The Wall of Nothing, which goes hand in hand with the seed. You have a up to 60% chance to take 0 damage when hit. This will stack. Ward decay threshold, endurance threshold, and then 85% of endurance threshold added as ward decay threshold and ward per second. I have to finish reading these, then I can eat. I got 4 more. World Splitter gives you void melee damage, plus 2 increased area for melee area skills per 1 mana cost. Critical strike chance for melee attacks per 1 mana cost. Plus 1 melee critical strike chance multiplier per 10 max mana. Increased mana regen and increased mana. And then Phase Point, which is dodge rating, increased dodge rating, stacking, and then chance to gain Dusk Shroud on dodge, which adds even more dodge rating. Chance to gain a black arrow on dodge. Ooh. Which automatically would give you black arrow. You don't actually have to cast black arrow and run around and collect them. Plus 1 bow void damage per Dust Shroud on you. Or, sorry, per Dust Shroud when using a black arrow. And then plus 3 to Dark Quiver. And the final item is the Harbinger's Needle. This breaks if it's equipped. So you equip it into your idle slot. When you kill a timeline boss above 90 corruption, causing that timeline boss kill to grant 3 additional Gaze of Orbis. These can stack. Meaning if you wanted to put fucking 3 of these things in your idle slots, you would get 9 stacks of Gaze of Orbis once you kill that Harbinger boss. GG. Easy. I'm gonna eat my chili dogs. Or my wife yells at me. A little spicy. Babe, did you put peppers in this or something? No, you should have. No. No, you should not have. No. That's not even funny. Come on over, amigos. My wife likes some. I got my wife some White Claws. And I literally said, remember, babe, there's no laws when you're drinking claws. And she's like, wait, what? I was like, you never heard that? She's like, no. I'm sure you guys all the time. We're pretty laid back. Bon appetit, thank you. My wife made it. She wants to keep me alive for now. For now. Oh, you had a Pokeball? Yep. You've had coffee? This was the first thing I've eaten since 7:50. Been super sick all week. You have the COVID? COVID's going around again like crazy, I guess. Wait, I've been all week. That's all right. You've been in bed like 90% of the week. That's fucking crazy. I mean, I notice when you guys aren't around. I notice when the regulars aren't here. I don't think it is, but not sure. I think there was some. Um, they're calling it LB1. It's less dangerous. It's still dangerous to like old people or like really sick or debilitated people. Um, yeah, sore throat, cough, fatigue, congestion, runny nose, fever, chills, headache, muscle aches, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. It basically a fancy flu. I've had a whatchamacallit poke bowl, a teriyaki. If you're talking about fish, probably not. That was a good lunch. I was that was a my wife made me chili dogs. Now I gotta take a fuck. My wife wants to keep me alive. So she's just trying to slowly stop my heart. Oh man. So did you guys have any questions about any of the stuffs? I can go over whatever I've been over. I don't think my NDA is released yet, but I can go over whatever I can. You want your 3 acres in an SUV. Bro, seriously. Is that it, Ben? You just want 3 acres in an SUV? Is that all? I mean, shit. If that's all you wanted. Once you have your 3 acres in an SUV, you're going to stop feeding me. That's all she wants, boys. Is 3 acres in an SUV. She wants to bury me in one of those acres. I'm telling you right now. Called shot. But this is so weird to me. Why am I still I haven't made a build on here in over a year, and I still literally have 15 almost 16% of all the builds on this website. That's really fucking weird. There's quite a bit of changes there, wasn't there, boys? It was quite a bit of fucking changes there, wasn't it? You're hyped for the new LE season? It's gonna be lit, dude. It's gonna be lit. There's some exciting shit going down. So it's gonna be me. And then maybe we could try to get. I wonder if we can get Darth on, but I don't know how. I don't know if he's gonna want to commit to that because he's on that Alaska time, bro. He's on that Alaska time, you know. He's on right now. I probably could message him. I don't want to bug him in the middle of the stream though. But it's gonna be me, Gazzy, and King for sure. Duke, are you running with us? Are you running with us, Duke, or no? But it should be pretty fun. You think it start with Man of the New model? Yeah. Did you watch it go on Lich? Yeah, that's fun. Can you commit those days? That's some heavy commitment, bro. I mean, I guess a lot of the fucking psychotic bullshit's gonna be kind of passing us, right? Did he announce publicly which one he's gonna go yet? Because if he didn't, don't say anything. I'm still trying to figure out which one I want to do. You don't think so? Okay. But I know he's talked about doing a lich. Yeah, and they made it so easy for alts this league, Mikos. They made it so easy for alts now with the you can just spend gold to change your blessing, right? You got the glyphs of envy, which allow you to skip a whole bunch of content in the echoes. You got you only have to beat one for your alt. You only have to beat one level 90 non-empowered monolith harbinger, and then that unlocks empowereds. You don't have to do all 390s for your alt. Like, bro, like they just they're literally saying, hey, make more characters, we're gonna make it easier. Like, they literally just did that. And I think that was one of the biggest problems of the game for more casuals, is because they were like, yo, I'm level 100, now what? And me and Gazzy and Micro had this conversation about wanting to find, we had this discussion earlier, like 2 hours ago, but about wanting to have like a light at the end of the tunnel in the echo grind, because a lot of players, they hit 100, and this was prevalent just within chat, like anecdotally, just in my chat alone. People were like, yo, like once I hit 100, I was like, okay, I'm done. Like, that's it. Like, that's it. Right. But if there was if there was a light at the end of the tunnel, and that light was like, hey, we're just making up bullshit right now. That light was, hey, 500 corruption, with these additive modifiers, and that's the hardest content. You know what I mean? They made minions have more base life, across the board. The shaman, or primalist more specifically, had significantly more access to dodge availability. Acolyte minions got a large health boost. They also had a massive cooldown reduction to bone armor. But it was just base HP, which it inherently is more tanky. But yeah. But across the board, yeah, I get, yeah. By your descriptor, yes, minions are made more tanky. Yes. Yes, they did. And I'm talking like from 40 to 60% tanky. Like more life. 40 to 60%. It's crazy. My wife just wants to know when it's coming out to Xbox. She asks me all that. When is it coming to Xbox? I don't know, babe. It'll be a good time, boys. It'll be it'll be a good time. So let me ask Duke really quick. All right. What's up, Holt? Did you read into it all yet? Did you see the patch notes yet? There's a fucking lot, bro. I just spent almost 4 hours reading them. There's a fucking lot there, dude. So much. You been cooking up Shield Bash on LA Tools already? Are you using the new are you using the new axe and shield? Please tell me you are. Please tell me you are. Fuck yeah, bro. Double shield these motherfuckers. Simply, what's up, dude? So we're gonna be playing the game now, or when the update? I won't be playing it on stream until it releases, because I'm still putting a lot of time into the back end in CT, and I can't play CT live, unfortunately. Unfortunately, you bet it's dog shit? Nah. Look, bro, I'm gonna tell you the same way I tell every motherfucker that comes in here. It's okay if your build does not do 797 corruption. That's okay. If you are having fucking fun, that's all that fucking matters. Yeah, that's all that fucking matters. The rest of the shit can take a back fucking seat. Now, if you're like a sweaty, like, you're like, I gotta be a 9,000 corruption, I have to be better than that guy, then yeah, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna have a bad time. But if you're playing a video game for, I don't know, call me crazy, but like, I don't know, fun, you're winning. And that's what winning is, boys. That's what winning is logging in, playing a video game, and having fun. That's it. Like, that's it. Literally, that's it. If fun, what? Like, if you're fucking playing a video game, like, I remember the days, bro. Play like me. Don't give a fuck until EMP1241. Yeah, exactly. Like, just have fun. Like, I remember the days where I took video games a little bit more. Nah, you have to have the best min max to be the very, very best. Yeah, like there's been people that come in here and be like, bro, you're only at 500 corruption. You're gonna publish this build? I'm like, wait, what? Like, what the fuck are you on about right now? Are you serious right now? Like, are you serious? Oh no. Yeah, I'll min. Don't get me wrong. I'll min max too, but I just feel like it's so like I don't know. Like I had those days, bro. I had those days where I was like getting super fucking sweaty, right? I had those days, bro. Fuck that, bro. Convert 1.0. It wasn't that bad. You're at 700 corruption, just uninstall. I saw someone with 60k one-shotting your mom. You can post it in here. It'll block it out, but you can post it just in channel right now. Oh no, that's right. I allow LA tools. I was thinking I might go for the horns too. I was actually thinking that. Now what do you think's wrong with it? I'm just asking. I'm not looking at shit yet. What do you think's wrong with it? If you think there's something wrong with it, what do you think it might be? What do you think would be wrong with it? Late game damage. Okay. One hundred 84 base damage. Well, 140 added base damage. Yeah, 50 is the max. So going over 50 block chance would still help you defensively, but it won't help you. It won't help you offensively. It'll still help you defensively, though.
That's how it always starts. But then later there's running and screaming.
You won't find it in LA Tools until, damn it, finds all the conversions for the calculators. Gets them all done, which is a lot of fucking work. Nerf notes are out. I know, we just spent 4 hours going over them. I mean, we can get a good idea if I don't try to add in like a ton of different things. So 184. That's how it starts. It's running and screaming. And this is more per strength. So this is 184, and we have how much strength? We have 156, so this is times 1.5. It's 276. That would be one of the better ones, yeah. No, I did that wrong. Divided by 1.5. It's more, times 2.5. 461. Well, looks like a strong cycle starter. Well, some of your classic builds are still going to be your strong starter. Classic builds are, you're still going to be well, of course it depends on the class. Mage Rune Master is still going to be a strong starter just because of its application of damage and war generation. That's still going to be strong. Sorcerer is actually now in the running as well for being very strong, specifically using Flame Rush and Static Orb. What else? For Acolyte, Warlock is still going to be pretty strong. Acolyte minions as a whole is still strong, and they all got fucking, all the minions got increased tankiness, so that's all strong still. It really depends on the class that you want to go for endgame. Problem is your crit chance. That's the problem. Crit chance. God damn. You don't need this. This is a wasted node. Because you're using a shield. Primeless or Sentinel. I mean, Sentinel got a bunch of buffs. Specifically with the idols now rolling up to 25% chance to cast Smite. You also have the new sword, Polaris' Sacred Light, which gives you the ability to cast Smite whenever you hit melee, and you're going to get spell damage per strength or melee damage per attunement. This is a very low level sword. It drops very early. And of course, Smite heals you and damages. So, you got this with any melee hit. And Smite, of course, is accessible to anybody. And you can reroll. First of all, honey, your pruners are very fucking sharp. Yeah, hang on. Add that in. That's gonna be too hard. That's like 3 attacks or so a second. It's your multipliers. It's your multipliers that are low. It'll hit for 10k. It'll hit for about 10k. But the thing is, the trade-off with this skill is that you're shredding. So the more that you're shredding, that 10k turns to 12k, that 12k turns to 16k, that 16k turns to 20k, right? It's a matter over time. It's a shred thing, right? And with this build, it's a battle of attrition. Who's gonna die first? I don't think they label that. I don't think we have that for open source information. We know that they did away with adaptive damage reduction, and instead they got that ward shit now. Which means the damage that you do the first time will be the damage you do at the end of the fight as well. It used to vary depending on how fast you were killing something. So you know the damage that you're doing before will be the damage that you're doing at the end. I guess it comes down to You got Sigils of Hope. Oh, other than Volatile Reversal? Um, I mean, Manifest Armor. Oh, but you probably didn't. It's like Animate Guardian and Path of Exile. He just runs around and plays fucking footsie with everybody and fucks them up. You were doing the passive is messed up? Okay. Because you could take advantage of your boy. I would swap this. It's just me thinking out loud. For Champion's Regalia. Because now all this armor applies the damage over time. Okay. I know the crit's missing, but I would drop the cooldown recovery. We don't necessarily need the cooldown recovery. And I'd swap it for 2 copper rings instead. And that gives you more crit than you had originally just with the chest piece. I'm assuming you picked it up for the void. Fine. That's for resistance as well. You're not doing fire, right? The cooldown recovery was for what? Lunge? Just so you can continuously lunge? You already got 2. And you already got full and endless will. Or Warrior's Renewal, rather. No, it's not necessarily overkill. Don't. Maybe you go here instead. Shield health. Still a better option. What's your weapon? No, that's not. Can't use those. Because we have no base weapon. Would he get benefits from this? Yeah. He would. You can also just have him shred. You don't have anything like attack speed on here. Or you do. A lot of attack speed for him. What else do you have on here? Strength, health, phys res. Give him shred. You don't do anything with him. You cast him. You cast him and let him run around and play fucking catch these hands. So basically, the reason why we wanted to change that armor specifically, we could change this ring back too as well. Think about it. Strength. Right? No, you could just keep him. He's permanent until he dies, and then you just respawn him. He can kill for you. And instead of doing the health roll here, we'll go increased armor. So the reason why, so this is 700 armor. So okay, if I take this off, okay, so this is strength, armor shred effect, increased armor, increased health, right? So if I take this off, it goes from 12,000. Okay. So I'm going to add the armor again. Okay. And then we're going to add the strength, which is what you wanted, and then shred. And then we're going to take the armor. We're going to take the health. Oop. Need the health. Okay. So this is about oh, it's a lot more than that. Where are you getting all this from? The strength. Okay. But he'll get the strength too. I guess this. Yeah, he follows you around. Yeah, he's like a little homie. He's like a minion. He's like a minion. He just follows you around and beats the shit out of people. It's kind of funny, actually. So one of the reasons why we want to go armor and we want to scale it is because he does an additional 1 physical damage for every 10 armor. For every 10 armor that he has on the chest piece. Now, the chest piece comes with 700. Okay. We increase that Okay. And then we also have it. Whoops. And then we also have it at 48%. So 1600, and we divide that by 10. So he'll do an additional 165 base physical damage because of this node. And he'll be pretty tanky because he's using both shields. And he also has increased regen and flat health increased gain as well. And he'll also use the gloves at 240%. What that means is that your increased melee attack speed at 15% for him, it's going to be 36% increased attack speed. He's also going to have, instead of 16 strength, he's going to have 38 strength. And instead of 5% increased health, he's going to have 12% increased health. And instead of 21% physical resistance, he's going to have so forth, so on. Right. So he gets all the values of those things at an elevated rate. I wonder. Do I have this displayed? I think I had this displayed somewhere. Did I have it on IC? I might have it on IC. Hang on. Yeah. So you see my little homie here, right? That's what he looks like. This is what he looks like. This little homie right here on fire and shit, right? So he's gonna. I cast This was a different build back in the day, but I cast multi-strike here, and multi-strike is going to drop forge strike, and forge strike is going to forge hammer or forge weapons. Okay, but this guy still comes over here and beats the shit out of things. All right, so he just comes over and fucks shit up. When he gets attacked, he blows up in fire. Now it's hard to tell what he's doing and what the other fucking 12 weapons are doing. It's hard to tell. But I assure you he's laying down hate and discontent. And his health, and again, it's hard to see, but his health is not fucking moving. This was, I don't know, like 280, 290 corruption or something like that. I don't know. I think I probably have some in the notes. But basically him and all the homies, they just get together and start fucking dudes up. Like, he just took a fat ass hit just now, and he still hasn't moved. His health is still not fucking, it's not even phased. He just got tanked by all of that, and he's still full health. Now, to be clear though, I did scale it specifically for him and the minions. See, he took damage there, right? He took damage there. But he's still over here, he's still above, so he's probably this one right here. Now my other weapons, they got fucking cooked, but he's okay. Again, he took another fat fucking hit. Now he's about half health. That's about him right here. Oh fuck. Wait, is it over? I guess it didn't matter. I beat the echo. But the thing is with that build specifically, now I don't want you to go away from your vision of your build, but with that build specifically, he was a hard-hitting motherfucker, but his homies were also fairly hard-hitting. They softened him up, and he finished him out. But what else are you going to stick there? Like, you're not wrong. Like, what else are you going to stick? I mean, I guess, shield throw? Wait, but then what's the point, right? Then you're having to do other shit. Like, you want to just have this dude, like, hang out. Like, you don't want to have to cast multiple shit, right? Because that's obnoxious. There's no automation of that. Like, you don't want to have to do Ring of Shields, Lunge, Sigils of Hope, shield bash, and like fuck that. Like that's fucking obnoxious. Your only other option would be running Forge Strike, but not for the minions. Just to drop Forge Strike, but there's no really use in it for you because you're not scaling that kind of damage. You're scaling damage from, well, I guess you could go Shield Throw, but it's still kind of toxic. Or you can 2-for-1 it and use your shield with Surge and Reprisal. And so now, instead of Homeboy here, Shield Throw is automated because you have a chance to retaliate with Shield Throw up to 35% chance. And it's on your bar if you need it, I guess. But since you're scaling all of this fucking armor and all of this block chance, I know. Trust me, I know. Supposedly the interaction's been fixed. Supposedly. But it's just automation, right? It's just automation. Because the last thing I want to do is add another fucking skill to this. Because you're already unless you go with the new ring, right? Unless you go with the new ring, Orion Sun Seal, right? Which you could do. It's going to automate your Sigils of Hope. That's an option. As long as you have enough mana, you'll automatically cast your Sigils of Hope. And it makes your Sigils of Hope last significantly longer. Now, what you can do, this is going to sound maybe a little obtuse, but what you can do is you can, I don't know how you scaled them now. I mean, yeah, that's your free point right there. And you don't necessarily need this here because you're automatically going to be summoning them anyway. And I don't think you need to do this either because you're automatically going to be summoning them. This is fine. I guess you could still do that. And then you're back here. But you don't want to do. You don't. Oh, I see why you went here though. Oh, you're killing block effectiveness per sigil. Wait, is that plus or minus? Okay, that's plus. I'm just kidding. I was like, what? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 sigils. That's 12 block chance. I wonder if the block chance is worth it. This is an interesting take here. True. With max sigils up, you'd still be able to cap. Yeah, that's true. Because you're already at 50% with the sigils up. And if those are going to be automated, then you don't need to get this. And what you could instead do... I don't think there's a new amulet to take advantage of, though. I mean, you could do Nihilus. Yeah. Get out of jail free card with time glass. You could just go bone amulet and then save some points in other places. You could either fire or lightning or physical and necrotic. Probably physical necrotic because I'm sure you got. Let's see, you're using an idol for necrotic here. Humble. Oh, humble. Or you go crit amulet. Yeah, you could do crit amulet too. Yeah. You do silver. Yeah, you do crit. The problem is that I know why you're using this, but you'd have to LP this. We'd have to have an LP here. We'd have to have this with crit strike and multi. Yeah, 20%. And that's not bad because you're attacking pretty quick. And if you're at 25%, every fourth attack is going to crit at that 12k, 15k, whatever. That's not bad. I hope those ideas help you, though. I hope those ideas help you. Just ideas. Just some ideas. I'd be less concerned about lunge as well because you have Warrior's Renewal, which means every time you attack, so reduces portion of lunger's remaining cooldown when you use a different melee attack and hit at least one enemy. So if you hit them with shield bash, you're going to recover a lot of it. And you have two charges of lunge. So I wouldn't go full nut on recovery. Like, I'm not saying you don't get any recovery, but I'm saying don't worry so much about recovery. So like it probably would be worth, because especially if you're going to use Animate Guardian or Manifest Armor, sorry, Path of Exile, he's going to use the gloves, which means you could probably go for either Solarums or Eternals. You can go for Solarums or Eternals. Eternals because it gives mitigation, applies the damage over time. And you already have 17% here. And if you go Eternals again, that's another 24%, which means more than 30% of damage over time, which, let's face it, if you've played the game long enough, that's usually what fucks you in the ass. It's damage over time. Your armor will apply to that. And so you can either go Solarums or Eternals. I guess Solarums if you're dying for more crit, but Eternals would be the default for long-term endgame. And then for the belt, wait, was this? Oh, I see. You did experimental. Yeah, but you would seal this. This would be. No. You just seal the experimental. So the experimental, right? We experimental traversal cooldown. Experimental traversal cooldown, right? Let's be realistic. We're gonna seal tier 3, right? So now we can actually add something else here. Let's say that would be physical, and this would be well, realistically, what would you probably do? We'd probably do fucking purge, right? Or minion health. Since you got a homie now. Give him more health. Whatever, fuck it. Or mini damage. Either one. Whatever. Either one. Mini health, mini damage. Doesn't matter. You got a little homie anyway. But he would be secondary. He would never be your primary. He'd be your secondary instance of damage. At the end of the day, here's what I'm thinking. This would be fun to try. That's what I'd be thinking. I'd be thinking this would be fun to try. That's what I'd be saying. And you might not have to go Sigil's Duration, because if you do use that ring, you probably don't have to use it. But is there anything else to use? Critical Strike Chance. Critical Strike Chance. There you go. And now you're getting up to the 30s. Because this motherfucker is going to add, and it's automated. It's going to automatically add up to 12 seconds of hope duration, which just replaced both of those idols if they were max rolled. So, there you go. So every 10 seconds, if you're above half mana, you cast Sigils of Hope and consume. So start the Echo max sigils, do it yourself manually, and then you can go from there, because it should cast for you if it works the way that it's supposed to, right? And then here you have a 40% chance to resummon a consume sigil. So this is a very good chance you're going to have max idols, if not almost all maxed idols. Here, I'll bounce it back to you. And that's just what I changed. I didn't touch your passives, obviously, but fuck with the passives. You okay? All right. Might want to also consider a point in here, just to have it. Here's your new passives. Let me do you a favor here. Always take this. This is take 10 damage. Straight flat 10 damage reduction. Not from ranged, but from anybody next to you. Always take this note. Always take this note. I don't think you need this though, bro. Because well, never mind. Yeah, you do. Never mind. Yes, you do. Wait a second. I know this is an axe, but wait, how's this gonna work with Shield Bash? This is a skill, not an attack. I don't think this helps you. I don't think this helps you. This is a skill, not an attack. It's like casting sigils. But then it should add cast speed, right? You'd have to fuck with it. You'd have to fuck with it. Because I'm seeing explicitly here that. Where the fuck is it? Maximum attack speed. Yeah, it should scale. It should ski. It should scale. It should scale. It should scale. It should. But yes, definitely take this. And this is good that you get the 5-point bonus anyway, because this is going to make you unstunnable once you've been stunned for a period of time. So VK, just for the crit multi, good. Good. Yeah, there's really not much to get in Pally, is there? Other than... what's our block chance? 55? Oh, yeah, no. Good. Melee physical... doubled if you have at least 50% block chance. So that means now you get another 10% less damage taken. I mean, no, it's not. It's not. But it's another 10% damage. You're basically right now at 20% less damage taken from things that are near you. That means whatever they do, take 20% off of all of their damage. If it's near you. Melee critical strike multiplier. There we go. Now we're... Oh, fresh from the forge? Oh. Yeah. It's gotta be something better to take. I mean, just take these. You just add 60 base damage to your buddy again. But we don't use forged weapons. But there's really nothing better to take, is there? Do we have any attunement? We don't have fuck off for attunement. No, we don't. Too bad you're not using a fucking two-hander. That'd be a lot of crit multi. Block effectiveness? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Actually. Is there any more than just those two? It's a lot of fucking effectiveness. I can tell you that. I mean, you can still inflict them with frailty as well, which causes them to do an additional 6% less damage or 8% less damage. I think it's 8, right? Yeah, I think it's 8% frailty. 6% less damage. Yeah, so you have a 6% chance to apply frailty, which they do another 6%. I mean, it's whatever. But this is what's wild, bro. You almost have 30k EHP. I mean, if you max roll everything, you have 35k EHP. Obviously, max roll is fucking living a fucking dream. But if you have 35 fucking k, you have, or if you have max rolls at 35k EHP, that's insane. It's a lot. Obviously, that's hopes and dreams, but you're looking at 85 or 81% armor mitigation with 14,000 armor. And then your block mitigation's at 73. This is fucking wild. And it could get higher. But we're not picking that stuff up. Like these Vanguard boots? Critical strikes. What's our critical strike defense? 53. Okay, so we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to drop the armor here, and we're instead gonna have to get armor. No, we're gonna have to get the crit. There we go. Now we're at 98% critical strike taken from critical strikes, so that's fine. Now you're good. Now you're crit, not a crit immune, but you'll take 2% more damage. You'll take 2% of the damage from the crit instead of 45% of the damage from the crit, which now brought you. We still get armor. Or wait. There might be a better option. There might be a better option here. There might be a better option. $83 is acceptable. I wouldn't say anything less than 80, but with that kind of reduction, I'd say that's fine. You don't need critical strike avoidance because you're not going critical strike avoidance anymore. That has saved you a slot. Yeah, you don't need critical strike avoidance. We're not going crit. You don't go crit avoid. You go reduce bonus damage because you can afford it. You can add endurance, or just go threshold, and now we're capped at threshold. Or endurance, we're capped, which brought us up to 37k instead of 34. Which means you can still absorb a 21,000 crit one shot. This is still weak. This is always going to be harder to cap, but. And this is realistic because we didn't add LP. We didn't, I mean, granted, we're doing max rolls, right? So we're at 30k EHP. Wow. That's by 5,000. I brought it up by 5,000. So this is realistic. This is average rolls, right? Nothing has LP. These are just default fucking rolls, mid-range, right? Yes, we have T7, T5s. Okay, cool. But that's not like unobtainable. T7, T5s, right? T7, T5s, right? Mid-rolls. Still capped. 81% armament. 55% block chance. 69% mitigation. Conditions. We have a minion. Not that that matters. But. Do you get any ailments? Are there any ailments that you get from any of these? I don't think there is, right? I mean, this frailty on hit. Maybe we don't take that and we just roll our endurance up. That brought us up by another 1,200. So you have 2,200 health, and the bottom 25% is covered by a 60% damage reduction. On top of the damage reduction from armor mitigation, and on top of the block chance. You're very fucking tanky. I mean, I don't know if you can kill shit, but I'll tell you right now, it's gonna take a fucking army to fucking kill you. I'm just saying, bro. Big boy, 97 damage, right? Yeah, I mean, early game, I don't. You're definitely not dying. Late game, I think it's still gonna be very fucking hard to kill you. You're just gonna get to a battle of, attrition. Who's gonna die first? This will be fun. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if it's good or not. It looks fun. Bash on release. Let's go. It'll be fun. Ready. So how will I modify this? Let's take a look here. Let's do this for now until I wait. It's the wrong class. Portrait. Okay, so how did I do this before? Let's see. So this is weapons master. Yes, this is still the same. This is not the same. So I have to, okay, I have to alter this. Fuck, okay. We have the strength available on this. Find that. Yeah, we're gonna scale it to min here. So it looks like they made it easier for me to get all the points that I needed for minions. I don't think there's any more attunement on this tree. There's not. Paladin, I got it all. There's no minion support on this tree. There's no minion support on this tree. So you're telling me you've made it to the point where it's easier enough. So I guess I can scale that. Just make sure you come fast from me, fast, clear, move from me. I usually try. This is throwing. We don't care. So we are going to go shared physical. Increase area per stalwart stack. When you directly use a melee area or throwing ability that costs at least 10 mana, you consume all stacks of Starl, causing that ability to deal more damage. You and your minions gain increased fire and physical damage. Stalwart is the mastery passive buff that is gained when you are hit. It grants 5% increased armor for 10 seconds, stacking up 10 times. Yo, are you telling me that's 64% per stack? Yeah, it's the class passive. Are you telling me this is per fucking stack? There's no way they give me 640% increased shared physical damage. There's no fucking shot I get 640% increased shared physical damage. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Do you have any idea what the fuck that means? $640 shared increased physical damage. So me and 15 fucking homies have 640 shared physical damage? No fucking shot. That is gargantuan. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Is there a condition I can set? I can only add one of the stalwarts, though. Yeah, I can only add it one time. There's no hits received. I'll get to the bottom of your bullshit. You gain a stack of stalwart when hit. You can't really see how the heals works that way. I mean, sometimes if you manipulate it enough, you can. So the condition is I was hit 20 times. Okay, let's say I was hit 10 times. Okay, no, it's not. No, okay. No, wait, yes. Oh my god, I'm just having a hard time believing that's what it actually fucking means. So if I have 10 stacks of stalwart, this is going to be 640%. That is insane. That is fucking insane. Bro, that is fucking insane. What did I have on this? I don't buy it either, bro. That's a lot. That's a lot. That is a fucking lot. Like, they had 675 because I rolled a bunch of gear for them. Okay. But, like, bro, if I can get them 675, okay, which is average roll gear, okay, I get them 675 with average roll gear, and then I can give them another 640, bro. That's more than 1,300% increased damage by a fucking passive. I mean, that's what it says. You and your minions gain increased fire and physical damage. Stalwart is the mastery passive buff that is gained when you're hit. It grants 5% increased armor at 5 seconds. Which means if you get hit 10 times, you get 50% increased armor. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. Me and them. I'm thinking the same thing you are, bro. I'm thinking the same fucking thing you are. I'm thinking the same fucking thing you are. Ain't no fucking shot they're gonna let me do this shit. Especially if I can get my hand on like a two-handed fucking avenged weapon, but that ain't gonna happen. Because that's wild as fuck. Dex and Rive back in business with Last Laugh. Well, Last Laugh, they kind of nerfed it, but yeah, it's only 20% now, but they kind of nerfed it. Well, they didn't kind of nerf it. They did nerf it. They didn't kind of nerf it at all. It's been fucking decimated. King, what's up, dude? You ready or what, motherfucker? We were just actually talking about you. Oh, we talking about you and Gazzy. So Void Knight, you sticking with the Void Knight dream or what? Or you don't want to be fucking new? We were just talking about League Start, and I was talking about how me, you, and Gazzy were gonna try to run at it. I was actually trying to see. I was gonna ask Gazzy if Darth wants to be part of it, but Darth is hard because he's in that fucking Alaskan time. Yeah, they're not really changes, bro. You're fine. It's not really changes, so yeah, it's like a non-start issue. You don't gotta worry about it. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yeet. Do I want to use Loggies again here? Logies? I think I do, right? Because I'm gonna give them all crit, right? Yeah. Crit strike chance. For our crit strike chance. And then do I want to get Ribbons of Blood for them? I don't think I do. We're not going to go Ribbons of Blood. I think what we're going to do instead is we're going to use the new uni. This guy right here, Phantom Grip, and give them even more crits. Very nice. Very nice. I guess I could go Ribbons. Because then the Leech. Song's a fucking banger, bro. Turn it up. Turn it up. Does this stack? No. Nah. Right? No, it didn't stack. Okay. I was going to say, I'm like, bro. It did stack. There's no reason to stack it. Hmm. Do I still want to stick with song slaps, bro? The song fucking slaps, bro. Fucking slaps. All right, let's go back to our skills here. So Forge Strike, obviously. Ooh, do we still want to do multi strike? Yes, we do still want to do multi strike because that is the only way to automatically trigger Forge Strike. Rest in peace. That's okay. It'll be fine. It's okay. Gotta go sleep. See you release later. Hulk. Catch you later, brother. I'm live every day until then, so see you around. Peace. Y'all all good, man. Anytime. Just give me a holler. You know where to find me. So this is gonna stay the same here. I mean, do I run base for me? And I guess I just increase their area. Fuck it, call it a day. Manifest armor. Bro, I just realized this guy's gonna get like massive values. We skip shred. He already can't be stunned. Where to get these other points from? Let's go. Wait. Did it just now collect the points for it? It's a Logis. And then we take Smite. Where did King go? King just dip? Dude, mi corazón. I guess we just cleanse. Just whatever. And then Sigils of Hope. Ooh. Fuck. Fuck. Do I want to give him Leech or do I want to give him Sigils? They're crit immune too. Fuck. Fuck. But Sigils. Fuck. There's so many things I need to fucking test, Duke. Sorry, I don't mean to yell at you. It's not your fault. The sigil interaction, bro. The sigil interaction. I have to update the build for 1-1. All four of these. 2 of them are new. Well, I have it too. Does it stop me from attacking or will it cast automatically? It's auto. Okay, so it's like insta. Okay. Got it. Okay, good. All right, that's what I need to know actually. It's helpful. Means that I want to do that. There's no way this gives me 10 stacks that do 64 increased shared and fire damage. There's no way that this does this. Because I can take these points away and put them into here. This is what I'd have to test. I'd have to test this. I have to test this to see if this actually gives me stacks of Stewart and I get the actual points there. I test that too. Fucking bitch. I also have to see if this actually works the way that it's showing. So if I'm using the Phantom Grip Ring, which uses the stats on the gloves for forged weapons, I want to make sure that it actually is doing that for the forged weapons. Fucking better. Fucking better. You know what I mean? Yeah. I have to be able to fix the defenses though, which I can because I'm not using the set anymore, so I will be able to. But 4%. So 4 times 16 is 64. Yeah, let me know. Thing. They were applying slow so the effect works. Okay. What about Rule of Simoon? Can you check to see if it works with Rule of Simoon? I don't think it'll work a unique effect. But can you check real quick? Don't have them? Fuck. Check with okay. I'm 99% sure that you're correct. Rip. Rip. Get fucked. Fuck. It's alright. Checking with Riverbend. Okay. Yeah, that'll yeah. No access. Okay. Yeah, it won't work. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting to be fair. Probably OP if it didn't, if I'm being honest. By OP, I mean really fucking busted, by the way. Very busted. Very busted, by the way. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, hammer and anvil. We don't have it anymore. Fuck. Fuck. We don't have hammer and anvil anymore. Oh, that's massive, bro. Okay. Ham, you're cooking when you're free. Killing it. Yeah. He's killing this shit. It's fine. I'll get to it when I can. Throw it in there. I get it. Just make sure you at me so that it shows up on my mentions. Yeah, no worries. Just copy boss it again, but put at. Yep, there you go. Thank you. That way it shows up separately because I keep my shit separate. So this is my mentions and then this is my chat. So it's easier to keep track that way. We necrotic and poison. Okay. That's doable. Oh. Oh, it's. Let me do it. Guess we don't need that move speed. We're gonna take hybrid on it. Why do I have so much fizz res? Here we could take poison. It's a big roll. Hi, Bubba. You got banded? Y'all better? What? Good job. Yeah, you can watch TV.
Wow.
Wow. Joda, thank you for the 3 months, brother. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that a whole lot, man. Wow. What, love? Oh, here. Just ask for help, babe. I got it. Here you go. Love your content. Keep going. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. We'll try to keep going as long as we can, bro. As long as we can. Love to hear it, man. Little things like that. Little shit like that right there that keeps me going, bro. I appreciate it, man. Just here to help you guys out. Have some fun. Talk some shit. How are we gonna? Gotta. Can't use large. Fuck. We have to use huge. Increase damage before. No. 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 Don't tell me Adorns is the option here. I mean, none of this shit is any good for us. Literally, none of this shit is any good for us. We're just gonna stack regen and fizz like this because we're missing a lot on our EHP. I mean, it's not a lot, but virtually the same. But it's not a lot. I lied. It's not that much. Fuck. There's no endurance idols, is there? I don't think there is. No, that'd be busted. Why would there be? Fuck. I guess we can go. 16. Yeah, we're missing some EHP here. I mean, these are all health, increased health. These are all our good old fucking stouts, bro. Health, increased health. Health. Yeah. Portia definitely got a defensive buff. Would be weird. We didn't. They dropped Hammer and Anvil, bro. Remember Hammer and Anvil stance? That node that I taught you? As long as you didn't throw anything, you constantly had negative 25% damage taken. You just did less damage, which is fine because we didn't mind because our minions were doing the damage. It was the trick we were using for massive amounts of EHP with 25% reduction, remember? We take less damage, but we deal less damage. That's the problem I'm running into right now. I lost that node. And since I was never throwing, I was never switching over to hammer stance, which means I took more damage and did more damage. I mean, we're gonna find out in a second. I'm gonna add all the idols, but I'm still 3K short. I'm still 3K short, and I have more endurance and more crit strike. But I'm missing this right here, 25%. And I think I have more HP now. I have 170 more HP than I do on this one. I still have more EHP here because of this fucking damage reduction. Well, right. And I can't add stacks of Stalwart. I can't add stacks. It just says I can just put the singular ailment on there. I can't put stacks of it. So I have to guess that that's what it's going to do, but I have no way to show it. And that's 5% increased armor per stack, which is 50% increased armor, which would be 9,000 armor. Now, 9,000 armor, of course, is significantly better than 6,441. I think it would be around 80, 60, 70, 78% damage reduction. I'd have to check Toonk Lab, but yeah. But Stewart is only for more armor. It's not for damage reduction. Stewart is gain a stack of Stewart when hit. Stewart gains 5% increased armor last 10 seconds. It's just giving us 50% more armor or increased armor, which this does the same thing as well. But I don't know why they would have a node that does the same thing twice. That's weird. Like, why would you give me an actual node to select that gives me armor when hit, and then have a passive that gives me armor when hit? That doesn't... 2 and 2 doesn't make 17. Like, that doesn't make sense. Why would you do that? You gave me the same thing, a passive and a selectable. Like, you give me a class passive and then a selectable passive to give me the same fucking thing? What? Why would you do that? You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think this 30% armor is going to do much for me. It only increased my armor mitigation by 1%. Yeah, we're getting to that point of diminishing returns. We're having massive amounts of diminishing returns now. So this is just going to have to be Grand Idol. We'll still go health regen. That's fine. But it's not going to be armor. We're just going to do shared physical. And then we're gonna do regen again. Or we can go effectiveness. That's fine. And then necrotic. Right, now what's that 10 giving you? Yeah, I know it caps at 10, but is that 10 giving you just 50% armor? Or is it giving you damage reduction? It's just armor, right? And did you put any points into Avatar of War? Did you get any increase to your fire or physical damage? No points in anything. Well, that's what I was wondering. I'm wondering because I can skip this here because I don't need to get this unless it's actually giving me 64% per stack. If it's giving me 64% per stack of stalwart defense, that's fucking huge. I just don't think it would. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. It's fine. That shit shot me from 32 to 39. I mean, yeah, it goes pretty quick. Ideally. Fuck, where am I gonna take from here? This is all built in. Humble idol. Wait, why is my humble idol giving me physical resistance? Oh god, I'm an idiot. That's why. $15K. I'm losing 400 EHP. And you know what? I think without this, I'm losing only 600 damage or EHP. And I have a 500 more life. That's fine. That's fine. So minions are doing 690 fizz and 660 fire. We are doing 130 fizz, which is fine. We're not really the main damage dealer anyway. But we are at a 95% critical strike chance with a 640 critical strike multiplier. I think it's better than what we had over here. Yeah, this is better than what we had over here. So we were at 44% critical strike, but we were at 122 melee attack speed. That nets far into the positive, so it's fine. But 640 critical strike multiplier for us, and then for them, or not them, but for him, it's going to be 200. For him, it's going to be 300% critical strike multiplier, but he has a massive physical increase that we don't have, as well as amplified levels of glove and boots. So this is actually going to be like 200% critical strike for him. Jesus. I can't believe I can't have any conditions of my sigils. No. Well, minion critical strike chance is 3%. All right, let's do this. God damn it. I have to do this goddamn the other way. All right, so this is base 5, right? And then a plus another 3, and then plus another 4, right? That's 12%, like it says. And then he's going to be using this, so this is another 18. That's 30% critical strike chance. 30% critical strike chance. And he's going to be attacking kind of fast. I can't stream this. I can't stream the test. God damn it. I can't stream the tester. I want to test it, but I can't fucking stream it. Fuck. Goddamn fucking NDAs. Field crafter. Ah. Oh fuck. I don't need the crit. I need the 5 points though, motherfucker. I need to have that. Fucking bitch. Fuck, I can't take any more points from there. Fuck. Oh, I can't take any more points from any of these. We can do this. We don't need that much. I mean, this is such good fucking minion health, bro. Like, how do we not use that? So this is 310 increased health. And defensive over time. Want to look at it? But I gotta go. I gotta log into CT, and I can't log into CT while I'm streaming. Oh, I hate to do this, boys. I'm gonna have to log out. I gotta work. I gotta end work to go work. I gotta end work to go work, boys. Today is the 6th. My brother and sister are coming in despair. I know, right? Oh wait, let me look at yours real quick, Tat. I didn't forget. Okay, so Mana Stacker guy. Here we go. Edits and fixes. Go ahead and resend. You got your mana to 1.8k. I love it. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. I told you it was Mana Stacker League, and you boys are fucking following through. All right, so you're gonna have this shoots static orb, right? Because you've converted to lightning. I'm assuming, yes, you've converted all to lightning. So you're gonna have static orb being shot every 3 seconds. With spark chargers, direct damage per shock, and then twin beams. Your static orb. Jesus Christ. That is going to hit very hard. Does it feel nice though? That's always the question. Is you get this idea in your head and you play it and you're like, yo, this does so much damage. You're like, man, it feels like shit to play. Like you legit you do like 9 trillion damage, but you have to do like 2 backflips in between each time you do like 2 million damage. You're like, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. Good, 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 good. Standard, standard, good. Teleport. Okay. Instant mana gain applies the ward. You know, if you wanted to, you could change this to teleport. I'm just saying. You could make this be your movement skill. You just go like that. And now you have movement skill and you don't have to actually use this. And you can use this for something else. If you wanted to. Just saying. Now you have a movement skill here. Use it the same way. You can still cast it, but just understand that when you cast it, you're gonna jump somewhere. Like you're gonna jump to wherever your pointer is. So you can still use this as your teleport. But now you can use something else if you want to. But what? You could use Flame Rush. Never mind. No, it would send it in the wrong direction. You're using teleport as a CDR. Okay. Yeah, but it's only 5%. That's really nothing to write home about. That's literally like a tier. What is that? Tier 2? Tier 1. It's only a tier 1 skill. It's not really impressive. No, dude, because it said that's why I didn't go it. Because You're getting stacks of Stewart. You're getting stacks of Stewart. So I guess if you just have a stack of Stewart, then you have increased shared physical damage. I guess. It's just one, but I have no reason to want to consume my Stewarts, so I don't care about it. Stewart is the mastery passive buff that is gained when you are hit. It grants 5% increased armor for 10 seconds, stacking 10 times. I'm assuming then Stewart isn't actually for Avatar of War. It's just for the 5-point bonus then. Yeah, it's referencing the bonus. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Wait, where'd yours go? God damn it. Yeah, because if you did this, and you got rid of this. But what can you do here? Is this Runemaster or Sork? This is Sork, right? Fuck. Sork. So I'll say you go Glyph of Dominion, but rip. What could you go here? You, wait, you can automatically cast Lightning Blast? Yeah, this doesn't automatically trigger though. Yeah. They work in cohesion. This used to be able to cast Lightning Blast, right? But not anymore. Not anymore. Oh, wait, nope, right here. Tendrils. What do you lose for this? Is there anything to lose here? You could, and then scale Lightning Blast. You could do that, but I don't know what you're stealing. I don't know how you get there, though. You don't want to do that. It's... Maybe. You got plenty of mana, so let's do this. Possible. You give yourself lightning ages because you're not getting it from there. So you give yourself lightning ages. Chains. You're not directly casting it, so none of this shit matters to you. And you could do spark charge detonations. Because this is applying spark charge, right? And this can detonate the spark charges. Let's go! Now you're igniting those spark charges, bro. So literally, you're casting Disintegrate, which is putting on spark charges, and then your Lightning Blast is also going off, putting on spark charges. But these spark charges do 200% more damage, and then you're detonating the spark charges, causing the motherfuckers to explode instead of sit there. Oh man. Your passives are kind of weird. No, they're kind of weird because you're channeling. Okay, so but if you're going to go okay. All right, here's the question. If you're going to go I know what it's for. But what's your critical strike chance for said spell? That is the question. Well, here's the thing. This hits very hard. This is a very hard-hitting skill. But you're not critting. This has no crit chance. I mean, it has 5% by base. There's only one skill that goes, in this entire game, there's only one skill that has above 5 base critical strike chance, and that's Focus. And Focus is called Lightning Wave, and Lightning Wave is a 6% chance critical base. That's the only one in this game that has above 5%. God damn you fucking dude, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Why, you're so weird. What's up, man? Apes together. Strong.
Strong.
Baby, go over there. I don't want you on the camera. What's up, man? Okay. Yep. Makes your electrocuting cascade. No, I'm not saying you did anything wrong. What I'm saying is you have such a wide gambit of damage here. You have spark charges which have a hit. You have static orb which has a hit. You have lightning blast which has a hit. I mean, technically flame ward has a hit, but that doesn't matter. Focus even has a hit, right? But you're applying these things with a dot. Now, I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. What I'm saying is we need to decide, and this is where build planning comes into play here, right? So you're using a dot to apply 2 different hits in this technically three different hits. We have static orb, lightning blast, and spark charge. Now, I'm not sure. I'd have to test because this is a new interaction. I'm not sure this is worth taking. And the reason why I don't think it's worth taking is because I don't think both beams are going to apply spark charges independently. Maybe they do. If they do, then I'm wrong. I don't think both beams is going to throw 2 static orbs every 3 seconds. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm wrong. And if they do, then fuck it. You keep this. But you might not need to keep this node, and that's going to save you channel cost as well and keep damage from it. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means a couple different things. One, we can now be 102% chance to critically blast chance. So we guarantee critical strike chance. And you hoping they have an ICD? Yeah. If they have their own ICDs, internal cooldowns, absolutely keep this node, double spark charges, double the lightning blast, double the fucking static orbs. Absolutely. But is the damage going to be our disintegrate, or is the damage going to be our static orb? A static orb, spark charge, lightning blast. That's what we need to decide. Because this static orb, by default, you went some of the hardest hitting nodes on the tree, which is fine. There's even 100% multiplier down here, right? So I think your disintegrate is still going to hit, and the calculations I don't think will work for that. But right now, lightning blast is around 4,500. And that's all they got. Fuck. Rip. Okay. Rip. Yep. Unfortunately, damn it hasn't programmed this yet. And I get it. It's not easy. But what it comes down to is, do we want to dot these bitches? Or do we want to hit these bitches? And right now, you're scaling at 353% for hits. And hard fucking hits, Maniad. These are very hard-hitting, more multiplier skills. Keep in mind, with a well-rolled Tribal Electra, you'll actually have more skill points to use. Keep that in mind. I would say at least 50% crit chance. Well, you do have a lot of mana, and I'm totally all about it. But what if we... What if instead of this, we went this? And now that adds 6% base crit strike chance. Now we just jumped up to 27%. Okay. And what if rolling T7 mana, we rolled spell critical strike chance? Now we're at 46%. We're in the realm of, okay, we're going to be critting. We're not going to crit every fucking time, obviously, but Lightning Blast will likely crit every single time. Why EMP? Why is Lightning Blast going to hit every time? Well, because you now also have +3 to its base crit chance, which is going to put that into like 80% range now. By adding that 3% base, it's going to put it in like the 70s and 80s range once you add the 3 base there. And I could test that, right? I could test that. So we have 5% here, which is our base for any skill except for lightning or except for focus, right? Which is 6%. So it's 5%. We're going to add the 6% here that we're getting, and we're going to add the 3 base. And so we have increased so we got 14. So we have 176 plus 30, 176 plus 35 plus 99 plus 10. Okay, so now we take that original 14 and we multiply it by 4.2. It's going to be almost 60%. Okay, so I was way over. So it's about 60% critical strike chance. So by adding 3 base to the crit, we would have almost 60% critical strike chance for Lightning Blast. And so the reason why you have 46 showing here is because you have 5 plus the 6, and then you have the 320, so that's multiply this by 4.2, and that's 46%, which is what you see on the graph here, right? And that's why it says on the very top, your spell crit chance is 46.2, and there it is on the calculator, 46.2. Drop some Runemaster nodes. Oh. Oh. But for what, dude? For what? I mean, okay, I'm dropping nodes. So what do we get? We get 10 from these. We get 5. We get 3 from these. $55. Okay. So, all right, we're cooking. All right. So, for our Lightning Blast specifically, that'd be the 5 plus the 6 plus the 3 base. And then this is, so that's 14. So 176 plus 35 plus 108 plus 80. So that's 14 times 4. Oh, fuck me. Times 4.99. And that's 70%. So basically, no, 70% is fine, dude. 70% is fine. 70%, because of the rate that is going to be happening, that's fine. That is totally fine. And boom. Yeet. So this is fine. 70% is fine. And for the rest of your spells, it's going to be 55%. That's acceptable. Now, obviously, could that be better? Well, yeah, of course. You could drop some of the elemental damage over time, because we're not really looking for damage over time. We're not really looking for damage over time, right? We're looking for our hit values for crits, right? Same thing here. We don't really care about elemental damage over time. That's not actually what we're looking to do. It's just elemental damage over time is applying our hits, right? So we're using an elemental damage over time to trigger our hits. And so we're going to go critical strike here. Okay. No, that's fine. And that brings us up to 77, which is now well, I've been doing it this whole time. Might as well keep doing it. So that was 5 plus the 6 from the offhand plus the 3 base for the lightning blast. Okay, that's 14. Then we're going to go 176 plus 100 plus 100 plus 35 plus 108 plus 80. That's 599. Okay, so that's now 14 times 6.99. And that is a 97.86% chance to be critting with Lightning Blast every time you are channeling Disintegrate. And Disintegrate obviously is applying spark charges, which will have a 77% chance to be critting very hard. And yeah, this isn't even crazy gear or anything. But the big hitter is going to be Lightning Blast. And Lightning Blast is going to, or is Static Orb. And Static Orb is going to shit on the world. I have a strong suspicion it's going to shit on the world here. I'm using this for a leveling build. I have Static Orb Flame Rush. And the world explodes. This is a very, very hard-hitting fucking skill. So. Deals more damage. Charged ground deals more damage per additional critical strike as multiplier. There it is. Now you just added another 100%. You just added another, what's 15 times 10? 150. Yeah, it's a Sork level. It's a Sork leveling guide, and it'll be updated once because now that I have some of the images and I can kind of do it. It's a Sork leveling guide, and basically we use what am I doing? What's up, Eacham? Where the fuck is it? There it is. It's a Sork leveling guide. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Don't do this. I'm just clicking shit to get to the thing. Again, don't. These aren't really what you do. I'm just getting it to get the points. And then whatever. And so basically, what we're looking to do is we're gonna do Flame Ward as standard. Rarely enjoy coming late into League. Yeah, but it's not like Path of Exile kind of League. Path of Exile, you get fucked because of trade. You don't get fucked in this game like that. Static Orb. What was the other one? Oh, Frost Claw, Elemental Nova. And so we go Elemental Nova. We don't care about Spark Chargers, not actually going there, but we do care about this. We care about this. We go there. And we go there. And then we go here. There. We're getting convert. Go there. There. Ward on cast. And then what was the other one I did? I think in there, whatever. And then static orb, we're gonna go there. Nope. There. There. Yep. And then we go here, and we cast static orb whenever we flame rush. But normally it would shoot out the back of our asshole. But because we went static orb orbital fulmination, it goes in a circle around us until we get that. Then we use all the defensive scalars for it. Here. We go really fast and far, and then go really fast and far, and then we shred. And then this is your standard, flame ward setup. Literally, this is it. I literally just showed you the skills for my leveling build, like down to the T. This is exactly what it is. Like when you see the guide in Icy Veins, this is exactly what it's gonna look like. Wait, I lied. Yeah, this is what it's gonna look like. And the passives will be not the passives. No. Don't follow the passives. But yeah, basically this is what it, just imagine like, yeah, just go all here. You're good. Yeah, this is fine. It's because lightning hits so hard, bro. Lightning hits so fucking hard. And there's so much dumb shit you can get early in this game. Like, you can drop this fucking piece of shit body armor that lets you beat the entire game. There you go, you're done. Oh, that was enough? Here you go, man. There you go. Now you just can't fucking die. Right? Like, this is what this is coming to. Like, now you just can't fucking die. I'll share the link when we publish it on Icy Veins. Because I still have to add the images and stuff. Yeah, the leech is wild as fuck. And since the only thing we're doing is you're moving with Flame Rush, it's casting Static Orb, and then when you're fighting some dickhead, you just throwing Frost Claw that's dropping almost guaranteed crit because it rolls a 9% additive crit strike multiplier in a big ass wide fucking area with overcharge that hits for double damage. And so everything's lightning except for this, but we don't care about that. That's just for. How do I contact Mike and tell him to remove Leech? Mike at EHG. Go fuck yourself. I don't know. They actually just recently repaired Leech because on boss fights, Leech was actually very difficult because of the way that Leech functioned, because of the variable damage reduction that bosses used to have. So if you had a build that hit really, really hard, the bosses actually got more damage reduction. And if you were used to leeching like 200 damage, whatever a hit, that actually 200 went to like 80. And if you still did more damage, that went to like 50. Oh, the link on the mana stacker. Oh. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Thanks. You're welcome. All right, boys. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Wife needs a hand and she needs to go do something real quick. And I still need to fucking work tonight. Oh my god. Please forgive me if I'm late tomorrow. It is going to be Scientific Saturday. We are going to be going over some science shit, which I love to do that. We are going to be doing some science shit tomorrow, Scientific Saturday. I'm probably still gonna go over the fact that the shuttle, or not the shuttle, that the Starliner that is on the ISS that is docked, that was supposed to come home 4 weeks ago, is still not back. Boeing, of course, dropped the ball again. And maybe we'll go over some more physics. Maybe I'll do one of my videos that I made for class. Something like that. I don't know. We'll see. But I must digress. Thank you for being here, boys. Now with the new chain link changes, Sork mana. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Ishram. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. But anyway, boys, I gotta get the fuck out of here. As always, in this game, as in life, get good, shitties. We'll see you real fucking soon. Peace.
Yo, welcome to the show. It's about to go down. EMP's in the house. We're in the crowd from the start to the end. We're keeping it real. This is a shit show. And here's the deal.
Fuck. Oh my. Okay. Oh.
Welcome to the shit show where chaos reigns. Kick back, relax, let's break these chains. Wake up.
Fucking bitch. Rick Master. I'm fucking working here. What's up, dude? Uh-oh. Can I just walk off? What do I do? Why am I stuck? What the fuck?